I gotta sit down. I feel like I can't stand. Is that okay, Tony? Did I sit?
Boys, it's been a while. I apologize for the delay, but here we are. You may be wondering what this video is. I thought you didn't do book review videos anymore. Specifically, I thought you didn't do trough videos anymore. Yeah, well, this is not a trough. But, however, we still review indie books here. But it's going to be a little different. Anyways, I am recording this. It is like 1:30 Tuesday night. Well, no, technically Wednesday morning. I am halfway through the week. It has been a very bad week so far. I had 12 and a half hours Monday, 14 hours today. It's so fucking hot. It's not funny. Like even now in the middle of the night, it's still pretty warm outside. It has not been a good week, and I'm just trying to get through it. So I'm going to be recording this over probably the next few nights. I'm trying to get all this video done, this weekend. So there's a lot to discuss. I recently rewatched The Sopranos, so there's probably going to be a lot of clips and all that in here, so bear with that. We'll be doing something a little different in this video. I'm trying it out. Maybe I'll continue it if it works out. What's new? Well, I got some soundproof windows that came in on a pallet. I took the pallet apart. This was, I guess, 2 months ago or so, and I definitely pulled something. I really hurt my back, and I was just laying down on the kitchen floor, looking up at the ceiling, kind of not crying, but I was definitely in a lot of pain, and it took like a week before my back finally, got back to normal. No, I didn't go to a fucking doctor. I'm not gonna pay for a chiropractor or whatever.
You know what? Fuck you! I don't want to hear about your fucking back anymore! Who's your fucking boss, huh? Who's your fucking boss? Who gets the explanation?
Oh, alright, geez, Anna, okay, so you just want the book review. Yeah, we can just get to the book review part of the video. Not everyone is here to listen to Whitepill Media cry about that time he threw out his back. So we will get to it. What we used to do with this channel when we had trough videos was what we would do is review indie books from this side of things, and we would, have full spoilers, go into a lot of detail. Is this a recommendation or non-recommendation? So yeah, same format as before. I'm gonna lay out all the books now, and if I recommend them or not, you can see. It should be working where I have chapters, so so the video will be divided up into chapters when I'm talking about each book. If any of the books sound interesting, you can of course skip that section where I talk about it with spoilers, and then come back to it whenever you read the book or whatever you want to do. So we have many titles to get to, and I'll have links to the recommendations down below so you can buy them for yourself. We have Tales of the Unreal Volumes 5 and Volume 6. I actually have Volume 7 here next to me, but I'm going to save that for the next video because that just came out. These are anthologies. They're weird tales, unreal tales, if you will, and a fairly mixed bag. I will get more into them when I get there, but I remember thinking, I don't know, I was definitely more mixed on these this time. There were some good stories in there, but a lot of not great. Aegeon, this is volume 11. This is also an anthology series, but it focuses on science fiction. I thought this was alright. It had, again, like most of the anthologies that I review, it's kind of, a mixed bag. There was some good in there. I did feel that there were some disappointments in some of the stories. Like, I was expecting a little more, and it didn't quite deliver. We have Scum Stories by Jesse Larkins. This has been on my shelf for a while, and I've finally gotten around to it. This is, again, a little anthology, but it's by one author. It's a quick read. It's a bunch of short stories about kind of amoral, bad, narcissistic people. There's a lot of weird sex shit. Yeah, it's about horrible people doing horrible things to each other in a kind of a shocking way. It's also lacking in terms of grammar or sentence structure or plot some of the time, or kind of, detailed characters or arcs, or kind of short and ugly, kind of, it's meant to disgust you, right? So the purpose of this work is to disgust you, and it's sort of a cheap thrill. And I would say that in some ways it succeeded. I would also say that I am not the audience for this work, but I would describe it more akin to if you go into a haunted house, or if you play a horror game and it just relies on kind of jump scares that, some of the jump scares, they'll get you, right? It's kind of a natural response. But I didn't see a lot of rereadability. I didn't see, anything really to kind of revisit here. So no, I wasn't a fan of Soap Scum. Lovecraft's Cat and Other Tales of Weird Fiction. This is by C.P. Webster, an author we've covered before on the channel. He's had a lot of his stories published by both the Bizarchives and by Aegeon. This is a collection of some of his short stories. Many of these have already been previously published, so I've already covered and reviewed them in the past, but there are several new stories that I enjoyed in this work, and I would say that this is a recommendation, and especially more if you really haven't read anything by C.P. Webster, then I think it's a very solid collection in that way. But even if you've read most of what he's written, I still think it's worth picking up. I had a good time with it. And of course, with the title Lovecraft's Cat, it's, gothic, Lovecraftian, kind of, you understand, boy. This has been a long time coming, but we have a follow-up from Marcus S. Jones, his series, The Chronicles of Heraldria. We have Sacred Times Part 2 and Times of War Part 1. This is a long time ago, probably over a year since I covered the first book in this series. Essentially, without really getting into spoilers, it's about a sort of fantasy Roman Empire, and then one day their grand emperor is killed by the equivalent of kind of an archangel, and this is a signal that the end times are coming, and that their entire civilization must mobilize to go on a crusade to the Holy Lands, and this will bring about the apocalypse. That is a spoiler-free synopsis. I really did enjoy the first book, and without spoilers, I found the second book to be rather weak in terms of pacing, and I had some other issues. There was some good in there, but I didn't really care for it, and I would say that if I didn't have the third book, I ordered books 2 and 3 at the same time. If book 3 hadn't been there as well, and I had made my mind up that I was going to read it, like no matter what I thought of book 2, then perhaps I would not have continued with book 3. I will say that I'm very happy that I continued with book 3. I think book 3, things really start to kind of move. I think the writing is improved, and just the plot and pacing. I'm very pleased that I read book 3, and I'm going to continue with the series. But check out book 1, see what you think of book 1, and Oh yeah, I was a part of the based book sale. I did manage to sell a few copies, and boys, not to toot my own horn. I'm not. I'm a humble guy. I'm a humble fucking guy. You guys know me. But we are up to a rating on book 1 of Dulaman and a rating on book 2 of Dulaman. I think comfortably we are in like the top 300, top 500 of like indie, dissident, right-wing authors. I think comfortably we are up there. So not to toot my own horn, but it was successful. I bring up the base book sale because our next few books are from the base book sale. We have JP Choquet, Shadow in the Woods, Don't Go In. This is about 6 people. It's like a mental health retreat, and they go out into the woods and they find something out there, or rather something finds them, and it's a little horror tale. This started really promising. I felt the author was a pretty good writer for a chunk of the book, and then holy shit, it completely falls apart. This is a solid non-recommendation. I thought this was pretty bad overall. So that's Shadow in the Woods. No Winter Lasts Forever. This is by Jonathan Epps. This is about a series of mass shootings. That, again, I think it started well. I think we had a pretty good premise. And then, unfortunately, it sort of just fell apart for me. Like, definitely towards the end, we just went totally off the rails. Yeah, it became pretty bad, and it became a non-recommendation there as well. We also have Spotless. This is the only one that I did not finish. I got 100 pages into Spotless, and then I stopped. This is by Marina Fontaine and Daniela Bova. So 2 authors. It seems like it was written by 2 kind of Catholic grandmas. Essentially, we have a young man who has a near-death experience, and then he seems to be haunted by this young ghost, and this ghost claims that he has stolen her spot and wants to take over his body and like live his life, and he will die or something. And he will die or become a ghost. It's basically that. But I got 100 pages in, and then I skimmed a bit. Just nothing was in 100 pages, right? In over a third. Well, actually, a little under than a third. It's about 350 pages for the full work. Literally, like, nothing had advanced the plot. Like, so little had fucking happened. I was shocked. And nothing against them, but and I don't know. I just wasn't willing to continue. It wasn't very interesting. I felt that if you couldn't grab my attention 100 pages in, then what were you going to do with me for the other 250 pages? So that was Spotless. Our last title is by Lewis Woolston, an author we've covered before, who's from Australia. He also writes anthologies, I suppose, or a collection of short stories. His third work is The Everlasting and Other Stories. So again, we're in Australia. Some of our stories deal with addictions. Some of them deals with rural Australia life, people in kind of rehab and going through that, a stint in the Army and Navy. This one was a non-recommendation for me. It's kind of hard to get into without getting into spoilers, but I don't know. I think there's a good reason on my part where it's not really a recommendation, and I probably wouldn't read more by Lewis Woolston. So there's that. That's all of our titles. We have a total of 11 titles this time, so it's a big one. It's a big not trough this time, so wow, look forward to that. That's so exciting. You can use the chapters below to move around to any books that you're interested in particular, or you could, just listen to all of it. You could just listen to all of it, right? There will be a rather long outro at the end. There's a lot of shit to discuss. Some movies I saw recently, games, Whitepill Media bitching again about his job, business ideas, like, it's stacked. We have a very, very stacked outro. Of course, it would be cheating for you to just move to the outro right now. So yes, you do have to listen to all this shit. So if I had to pick what are my front runners, what were kind of my bigger recommendations, I would say Times of War Part 1. I would say Lovecraft's Cat. Oh man, that's a little disappointing. Yeah, but I would say that those 2 are kind of my standouts, my more like solidly good recommendations, and then we have some mixed in there, and then a lot of non-recommendations. I guess that's always kind of how it goes, though. So why did we start up these book reviews again when I kind of wanted to move away from that and take the channel in another direction? Well, quickly before we get into the books, part of it is I don't want to do video game reviews anymore. It's a lot of effort just playing the games. You know, you're recording all the footage and then you're coming up with a script or just going over notes, and then you have to go through all the footage, and then once all the audio is done, you have to get the footage to line up with the script and what you're saying, and that just takes so much time, like hours and hours and hours. And I got lucky with the Deus Ex Invisible War video, and then the Mankind Divided one, and then after that the views just kind of plummet, right? And I kept thinking for a while that maybe it'll catch again, but it never did. So I just don't particularly like making them. I think I'll still recommend like old game I played that was good on X or something, or maybe at the end of a video I would mention it, but no, I don't want to make them anymore. And also, Lewis reached out to me on Substack and asked if I would review his book. So I thought, yeah, sure, why not? And then if I'm reviewing his book, I also had, I think it was just Soap Scum and Lovecraft's Cat on a shelf. I had bought them, but I hadn't reviewed them yet. And I thought as long as I had those books there, I should probably review them. So yeah, that kind of is what got things started. And then it was Anders on X. He asked if I would, hey, you should check out Aegeon and the latest Unreal stuff. So yeah, here we are. That's why we're back here. Wow. So we are going to begin with Lewis Woolston's work because he's the one that kicked this whole thing off. So without wasting any other time, The Everlasting and Other Stories by Lewis Woolston. The Everlasting and Other Stories by Lewis Woolston. So this is a non-recommendation, in particular because of the namesake for this anthology. It just became rather more apparent with this one compared to the first two collections that the author and myself have radically different worldviews. And I would say the quality of the stories overall is similar to the first two collections, which I did enjoy, but I don't know, we'll get to it, and it's just kind of a thing where it's like, no, I can't really recommend this, and I don't think I would read more by this author. And there are also some, I'll get into that. But also, since we have 11 titles to go through, several of them are anthologies, I cannot go into detail for each little short story because, I don't know, this video is going to be several hours long and that would make it even longer. So, without further ado, this was a non-recommendation, but Fremantle. I like this one a lot. It's about James, who's 17. He joins the Navy. He misses home. His parents were Christian missionaries. He gets taken to this brothel by an older soldier or seaman. He has sex with this woman. He loses his virginity. It was kind of a sweet story. And it's just about living in the moment. And if the rest of the collection was like this, then it would be a strong recommendation. But Fremantle, I liked it a lot. Then we have Kevin Bradfield's Legacy. This is about a man who gets a letter about two men going on parole. Kevin was a poor addict, and 20 years ago was a long time. These two men killed Kevin, and it weighs heavily on him if he wants the killers to stay in or not. He decides not to hamper their chance at parole, right? So he's not going to go and speak to the parole board, even though Kevin was his friend. So I don't know. I didn't quite agree with that. Frankly, if it's a murder, then death should be meted out and quicker rather than later, let justice be swift. We have Sunday Mass in Smoky Bay. This is about an older couple. The woman of the two goes to Mass, and she has this unhappy routine in her life. She sees this strange girl at Mass, and she wants to be like her, like a pilgrim. We just kind of end there without much of a conclusion, except that this older woman she has money, but she's not really free, and she's just kind of unhappy. As far as Koltara, this is about a woman whose husband leaves in the morning for work. This woman has waited months, for this opportunity, and she's taking the car, she's running, she has a bag, and she makes it for a bit, but then she's on the phone with her husband, and she ends up crying and turning around back to her bad life. Career advice from an old sailor. Clive was a sailor, told stories about drinking and whoring, took an interest on school, and stopped in spite. It's about this young kid in high school who finally takes an interest because he says that he might want a career in the Navy, and his parents and his one teacher is thrilled that he's finally taken an interest in something. And then because they're happy for him and happy that he's has a direction in life, he stops taking an interest in it out of spite, and then he just becomes kind of a loser. The only teacher who ever reached me. This is about a abusive dad, and this young man takes solace in books alone. This female teacher cares about him. He wrote an essay on Kurt Cobain. She thinks he can write. She wants him to go to camp, and he's angry and lashes out. He knows that he doesn't have a future. None of these kids have a future, so he wants the teacher to stop lying to them, vandalizes the school and the church. The teacher never tries to help him again after this. A lot of stories about young men squandering their lives and opportunities and kind of digging themselves into a worse hole. We have The Everlasting, the namesake for the collection, and the story that made me pump the brakes pretty harshly. So, we have a man who is friends with a woman named Beth. They were both raised as Jehovah's Witnesses in the west of Australia. Their families were poor, kind of ignorant. That's how the main character describes them. I also will note that we have two stories back to back with a crazy Christian father. One does question if the author is perhaps trying to say something, and I believe he is, and I'll talk about some of the Substack articles I've read by Lewis, but we'll save that for the end. When he's old enough, he moves to Perth. He wants to start a band, but then he gets into drinking and drugs. He loses his job out there. He's buying drugs when Beth shows up, also wanting drugs. They live together, then they get clean. They have a good 11 months together. Then she ends up leaving him for a different guy, and he agrees to drive them to the airport, which is somewhat pathetic, somewhat a little cuckoldy, you could say, but whatever. After this, he's by himself. He's lonely. He travels 12 years of aimlessness, but then he eventually ends up settling down, getting married, and having 3 kids. He gets a letter from Beth. Beth has gotten married in these 12 years and has had a child. Beth has, in fact, married a woman named Kate. Kate is a doctor, and the narrator describes it as a loving, happy home. So I don't like this as well because this was only available as an ebook, and it's just, I don't know, it's just better for me to take notes and to underline or highlight stuff because, boom, I have it right in the book. I can just flip through the book. There it is, no issues. And with this, I don't have that option, so that is somewhat annoying to me. We get in Beth's backstory. She was raped by an elder in the church, and then he ends up meeting up with Beth on 85. So he's brought his kids and his wife to meet up with Beth and her family. Let's put quotes around that. And just, I don't know, just exposing your kid to that type of shit. And it's just too much. And also discussing Beth's family and such. On page 89, they say Kate works with a lovely Sudanese doctor who was born in a refugee camp. It was easier for him to make something of his life here than it has been for us to overcome growing up in the Jehovah's Witness cult. I'm not saying that there aren't bad white people. I'm not saying that there aren't bad Christians. I'm not saying that there's not like abuse and shit like that. There is, right? Look, hypothetically, snap your fingers, they're gone tomorrow. There's still going to be crime. There's still going to be bad shit that happens in all white communities. I'm not saying that's good, but, you know, we're not like magical little creatures that never do anything bad to each other. But no, it's the look at this great Sudanese doctor, and wow, he really belongs in Australia. And look at this great working awesome family of these two lesbians, and they're raising a kid, and then you also expose your children to that. And I think maybe it's autism on my part perhaps, but it's just, if you and your wife have children, your children are the fruit of that relationship, right? Like your relationship, man and woman, is able to create life. Man, man, woman, woman, it does not create life. So inherently, it's inferior, it's wrong to the other thing. Also, the author states that Beth was sexually abused and raped by an elder in the church when she was young, and you know, do you really think that Beth out of the box was a lesbian, or is there something which isn't really her fault, right? Because she was abused and raped, and I'm not blaming a kid or someone for stuff happening to them. No, they're victims. But there has to be some type of therapy, there has to be some type of correction later on. You know, I don't know. It's just, it is incorrect. No, there's a lot of shit to read in my life. There are a lot of books, there are a lot of authors I could support with my time and money. Why do I want to spend it on this when it's like completely antithetical to my worldview? And no, this isn't the same. This isn't good. It's just, not that I'm saying Lewis Woolston was like right wing and he was on our side and then a betrayal. I don't think he ever was. I think he just happens to not, you know, necessarily be welcome in like leftist Australian publishing, but this isn't like at least for me, like his writing doesn't really have a place with me, you know? I'm not trying to make a mountain out of the molehill, but it's just, if two lesbians can make a quote, you know, loving and great home for this child and everything is normal and fine, then, you know, why not trannies, right? If your kid says they're gay, is it really that different if your kid says that they're the opposite gender? I mean, what's the difference? They're both entering into sterile, non-reproductive relationships or whatever. So by not condemning something, you're promoting it, and I don't like it. I think it's really gay. I think it's really faggy. So no, I don't fucking like it. So there's this trial about kids that were abused by, you know, the elder in the Jehovah's Witness church. And no, I'm not saying like Christian preacher who abused kids, you know, was in the right. No, I'm not stating that, but there we go. And then at the end, like, Beth is dying of cancer. She dies. And it's just, she's dead. I don't really give a shit. We have Night Shift laughs about a guy who works on, like, a dock, loading and unloading trucks. Plays the Hobbits going to Isengard meme music on the shift. And then this one other employee, this rat, tells the boss about it, and he loses his job. Over Pebbles and Sands, this is about people in the library. They play chess matches, lonely men who use this for human contact. The country electorate, Labor versus Liberal seats, ends on a note where we don't know who won the seat, young William or not. We have a few stories that just kind of end without conclusions. They're rather premature. Brothers, cousins, and nieces. White Trash is back home. He goes to visit his dad. They go fox hunting. They go to the pub later, and he feels warmth and love. He asks his girlfriend to marry him over the phone. That's sweet. And then we have Viva, Adeline. We're at a skate park. He doesn't want to be a loser, so he joins the army. He gets deployed to Afghanistan, out of the army after that. Not much happened. He starts as a security guard. He becomes addicted to pain pills and detox. He meets a girl. She's from a rich family. He becomes friends with Sasha. They go to meetings. He's poor and lonely. He's working a fast food job. There's another recovering addict there. Gets kissed at a football game. And then, yeah, we end with a 2 years clean party, and it's nice and warm and etc. So I don't think I'm quite making a mountain out of a molehill. I will admit that that is kind of my default in what I do, but it's just, I don't know. I don't want to tolerate it. I'm kind of tired of tolerating things. I'm tired of compromising. No, a homosexual relationship isn't as good as a heterosexual one, and it can't be condoned. It's an issue. I don't think Lewis Woolston would, make the connection there that a lot, I would say the absolute majority of homosexual relationships are born from some type of sexual abuse or just something wrong in a household. So how can something that's born out of molestation or rape be good? It's obviously not, but we just kind of have to nod our heads and say, yes, this is good. No, I don't agree. And I've also read some of Lewis Woolston's Substack posts, and yeah, I just don't agree. Frankly, I've read this same fucking post too many times where it's essentially, yeah, man, the only people who are creative and making art, dude, are loser, burnout, drug addict, pieces of shit who really don't have very deep or interesting thoughts. But hey, they did drugs once, so maybe you should listen, man. He praised, I don't know, Kurt Cobain, and I'm not saying everything that Kurt Cobain was bad. I'm sure he did make good music, but just a lot of other artists. He also brings up Truman Capote, and frankly, Louis, if you ever came to America, I'd slap you for that one. Truman Capote was this creepy fucking faggot who, if you don't know, he wrote In Cold Blood, which was supposed to be a true crime, book, but it was supposed to be a completely honest, right? And he went around and he interviewed all these people. There was this very brutal killing of this entire family in Kansas. Without getting too far off track, essentially, in real life, two men went into this home of this Kansas farming family. They were just nice, rural Christian people, and they murdered them. They murdered the entire family. Father, mother, daughter, son, all that night. These two men were put on trial. They were found guilty, and they were later executed. Truman Capote interviewed a lot of people. He interviewed these two men, and he always tried to intervene on their behalf and to try to get their death sentence postponed or just a life imprisonment, right? Even though they had just murdered this nice white Christian family. Really, shouldn't we just let these guys off the hook, right? Shouldn't we just, God, man, they kind of had bad lives growing up, so therefore, who gives a fuck about the people that they killed? It was also revealed that Truman Capote made a lot of this shit up, that he misquoted people, he made up quotes, and he just spun this little narrative, and his book is just a book of shit, right? So he's not a good journalist, he's not honest, he's not credible. I made a video probably over a year ago, I would say well over a year ago, about Truman Capote and In Cold Blood. It's all bullshit, and also with Lewis Woolston, the fact that you would think that Truman Capote is in the right, it's one, his work isn't even credible, it's not honest, it's a work of fiction, and it's not good fiction at that, and I don't know, there just seems to be Lewis Woolston seems to write about abusive Australian fathers who are ignorant and Christian, and then, everyone that isn't ignorant and Christian is kind of good. And I'm not religious, but still, there's definitely something unresolved there, so maybe deal with that. What if we had a story about a based Australian father who's a Christian and he's quoting the Bible and hurling wrenches at the back of his son's head? And he says son, do you know what gay means? Got AIDS yet? He's just very based and cool. Yeah, Louis, why don't you write that story, huh? just something there where I would maybe, armchair psychology time for Whitepill, but Louis probably more of a kind of libertarian punk whatever guy, and it's like gay people are cool, drugs are cool, fuck Christians, also probably fuck white people. I don't know. I don't need to read this. I could be reading other stuff from other people. So there wasn't anything here that was like so great that it would force me to overlook some of that stuff, and I wouldn't overlook it anyways. So yes, boys, that is in fact the twist for this episode of Not a Trough, episode 1. I'm going to be having a song after each book that we talk about. I thought it would be a nice break, a little not quite intermission, but something, like a little something in between the titles. And I've been listening a lot to this group Clannad from Ireland, and I've been enjoying a lot of their music. We'll have some songs in there that are not from them, but it's just stuff that I've been listening to lately. Hopefully you like the music. If you don't like it, tough shit. This is mine. Spotless. This is the only one that we did not finish. So it sounded interesting in the based book sale. It's about a young guy who gets haunted by this ghost, and this ghost is trying to like kill him and take his spot. But I got only 100 pages in. I didn't finish it. It was a non-recommendation. We open up with this high school boy. He gets in a car accident. He's almost dead, and this ghost tries to like take over his body, and he fights the ghost off. He has this dream about his grandma, and then in the hospital, we're in the hospital for a while. There are some like shadow ghosts that try to take him over, but like his grandma's spirit is there and fights them off. He doesn't have a good relationship with his mother or his stepfather. They're very kind of yuppie, rich, liberal people. And this ghost keeps insisting that the boy stole her spot, and she is desperate to get the spot, which means taking over his body. It's just, in 100 pages, we just moved at a glacial pace, and it wasn't worth it to me to keep reading, so I did not keep reading. The ghost agrees to stop taking over his body if, by the end of the month he can figure out what the ghost wants, why the ghost is here, because the ghost doesn't understand why she's here either, but she just knows that this boy has like taken her spot. Another thing, so we have two authors here. They appear to be older, like Catholic grandmas, and just some of the references and such are just, they're a bit dated, right? When was this published? This was done in 2023. So I found that to be, some of the stuff is still a little dated. Like on page 54, we describe this group of sophomore girls who are always crusading against first world problems, the Snowflake Brigade, and also our protagonist goes to Reddit, and he is kind of a right-wing guy. I went back to Reddit, make sure to not laugh out loud again. I wished I could, though. There was some insane stuff happening. That old bat, everyone with a brain already knew she wasn't a Shawnee or any other flavor of Native American. But there she was again, scamming a room full of kids. So we're talking about, I forget, Elizabeth Warren, right? And that bitch is really fucking white and doesn't have like a drop of Indian in her. But Reddit is not the place to go if you were gonna like bitch about Elizabeth Warren, and I don't think these Catholic grandmas would know like 4chan. That's where this young man would be. But that was not correct. So this young man stands up to his SJW teacher and says that basically Elizabeth Warren, who is not named but is heavily implied to be, is a fraud, and his teacher starts screaming and ranting at him. His parents are pissed off. He's trying to do some paranormal research on ghosts, but it's kind of hard. He ends up going to the local bookstore where he says it's all chick lit all the time with staff to match, but still, I had to try. There's one employee who works at the store who seems nice, a little different from the other people, and he gets a book on ghosts, but this doesn't really lead anywhere. This doesn't really help him interact with the ghost that's haunting him at all, and he's still confused and unsure of what to do because he, the days are ticking down, and if he doesn't figure out how to appease this ghost, he's going to lose his body. He says on 78, normally I would have kept myself awake by going on Reddit or playing video games, just somewhat dated, like not for boys. I don't know, probably young guys are doing like TikTok or Fortnite, and I think this was like copyright 2023 but probably written earlier. And yeah, I think there's naturally going to be some of that when there's such a large age gap between the authors and like the new generation, You know, there was some part of the book where they were talking about Pokemon or something, and I'm sure there are guys that played Pokemon in high school, but it wouldn't have been like the popular thing at the time. Definitely not, you know, when this is supposed to kind of be written. And no one right wing was ever really on Reddit. Maybe there was R the Donald, but yeah, probably not a lot of that. And then our protagonist, Josh, he goes to the old neighborhood because his grandma's ghost helped him in the hospital. So he goes there to try to, you know, trigger that or whatever. And he goes into this little bakery. There are two charity donation boxes here. One has a tiger cub and some endangered species foundation. The other is Choose Life, and there's a lot of money in the tiger cub animal one and nothing in the Choose Life one. So he puts a 20 in the Choose Life one, and our little chick behind the counter is very like impressed and happy with that. Her name's Natalie, and again, it's not like I have a hard stance either way, but it's just a little, you know what I mean? Like, we hate those SJWs. We hate Elizabeth Warren. We don't like abortion. And it's just very kind of boilerplate, right? There's not too much to chew on here. It's not that I necessarily disagree with the stuff, you know, that they're saying, right? I do agree with it, but I think it can be done better. And then on 95, it kind of seemed like that one woman at the bookstore who gave him the book on ghosts. Maybe she had an abortion, and then I questioned if the ghost was that aborted child, and that's what's going on. And then we go to a woman's shelter later. He's volunteering there with Natalie, right? And Natalie took off her headband. Her blonde hair fell in unruly waves around her shoulders. Too bad she had to cover it up with the net. I get that this is like a Christian Catholic book. I do understand that, right? But it's just, I don't know. Not that I really need something like explicit or sensual, but I think, you know, our young teenage protagonist would probably notice other assets rather than he had nice hair. But irregardless, we will continue. And I stopped at 101. It's just not, I just wasn't really enjoying myself. It feels too slow. Not enough has been revealed in 100 pages. Nothing about the ghost. Essentially, it's, I'm being haunted. Maybe if I can contact my grandma's spirit, she can help me. I have a book on ghosts that hasn't helped, and none of my other research has worked. That's 100 pages in. You know, this is 25% of the way done. Actually, no, a little more, like a little under than a third. It's about 346 pages for the book, and I just thought I don't got another 250 pages left in me. I just don't. So I ended up flipping through the book. It does turn out that the ghost girl, surprise, surprise, is a aborted child, and it's not from the fat chick at the bookstore. It's in fact from our protagonist's mother. So this was actually supposed to be Josh's sister, and she was aborted. And his sister moves on into, you know, like heaven, the afterlife, or whatever. So that's settled. And then in the epilogue, we are in fact in church, and we have some people there, and we have a girl who has dark brown skin and bright red hair that have been braided. Her green eyes met mine. So we end with like this touching scene with like this little mixed race girl in this Catholic church and talking with our protagonist. Yeah, probably not quite the audience. I would say, like, you know, boys, I mean, we obviously have a very large female, you know, listenership here, but maybe like older Catholic woman who doesn't mind like a pretty slow book, then I guess. But no, I didn't really enjoy Spotless. Yeah, it has stuff that I agree with. I just don't think it was fast enough, and it felt just too predictable. It's like, okay, this ghost is like an aborted kid, and it's going to be some like big shock. And I wasn't sure if it was going to be the mom or the one chick at the bookstore, but it's the mom. And it's like, okay, that, you know, makes sense. But it's just, It doesn't feel like there's too much intrigue or really that much quite going on. Now we have Lovecraft's Cats and Other Tales of Weird Fiction. This is by C.P. Webster. This, again, is a anthology work. It's a recommendation. If you love Lovecraftian, creepy, weird tales, I think you would enjoy this. That is a recommendation from me. I will say we do have a good amount of stories here. We have 14 tales, and from what I can tell, 4 of these stories are stories that I have not read before, meaning I didn't see them published anywhere else before this. The 4 that I haven't read before were Lovecraft's Cat, The Jackals Will Come for Their Own, The Four Horsemen, and Still Here. The other stories I have read and reviewed in previous videos, so I'm actually not going to be covering those. I will say that if you haven't read C.P. Webster before, this is a very good introduction to him and his work and his stories, so check that out. So I'm just going to be covering these new ones because I've already covered all these other stories in previous videos. Lovecraft's Cat, this is our opening story, and it's a new one. This is about a man in a bookstore, and this little cat leads him to some books, and he's reading through this. And he is reading some script inside the book, and it's about a man who also finds this black cat, and he is taking care of this cat and feeding her. Our protagonist returns to England, and he is still reading over these kind of journal entries here. And the journal just kind of ends. It just, yeah, the man writing it says, and this in the end is ... and that's it. He just kind of writes it off as an odd coincidence that he also has a black cat with a damaged left ear, but then he starts seeing the black cat out in his daily life. The cat ends up taking residence with him, and he starts having these strange dreams where he's just kind of in darkness. The cat is leading him on this path, and like the journal entry, it seems like he's having the same dream as the man who wrote the journal. And yeah, it's a little, and it gets a little strange where the sun goes, and then the sky is filled with constellations, and some tall shape greets them. He cannot see its face. Yeah, it sort of ends there where, you know, this is the cat's kind of master, which isn't really described. It's just like a creature, a being, something that probably shouldn't exist or shouldn't be there, but it's not like a horror or a terror. It's just kind of an unknown being. And it ends with, and we three stood together beneath undimmed stars waiting for the rising of a gibbous moon. Not necessarily saying that anything bad is gonna happen to him, or like, you know, not like a violent end, like tentacle fish monster eats the guy, but it's just an odd but nice journey. You know, it's not like a violent Lovecraftian thing. It's just it's strange, right? It's, I don't have a good word for it. Ethereal? I don't know. Whatever. I'm not good at these fucking words. The jackals will come for their own. This is actually a sequel to an earlier story, the Pimlico Vampire, and actually the Pimlico Vampire comes just before this one in this anthology. So that was about this man who fed on other humans to extend his own life, and he was supposedly killed at the end of the last story, but he is in fact alive. Supposedly, the killer died in this infamous disaster in 1972, and now we're in Egypt, and we have a journalist who wrote it up, and we also have a policeman who is a part of the investigation, and they just met by coincidence on vacation when they're both in Egypt, and the policeman is certain that he has seen the vampire, the man that supposedly died in that plane crash, and he's here in Cairo. The journalist doesn't really want to believe it. He thinks it's kind of crazy, but he's going to humor the guy, and they end up following the man he believes to be the vampire, and it turns out he is in fact the vampire, and he did survive. There's this new dig happening at one of the pyramids, and they go down there through these passageways, and they find Darcy there, and he is kneeling before this statue, and he's praying to Anubis. And Darcy is able to incapacitate the pair of them through hypnotism, but they overcome him. And Darcy ends up basically just fading into dust after they defeat him. And I thought that was a nice little sequel. After that, we had, The Four Horsemen. Okay, this also appears in the Aegeon 11, so I'm going to cover it here rather in the Aegeon. We're in South Africa. This is one of the Boer Wars. I forget which one, but it's South Africans, right? Dutchmen versus the British Army. Britain is trying to take over, and make it their colonies instead of the Dutch colonies. So we have 4 riders. One of them is a Dutchman, one of them is Irish, and then we have 2 younger men, and they have just lost a battle, and they're riding into the hills trying to avoid the British and to escape, and to eventually link up with the other Boer forces. So they end up going into some mountains where all the locals avoid it because it's supposedly cursed, and they don't believe that, and they just need to get away from the British patrols. So they go up there. It's odd. They see some cave paintings that look sort of like constellations, and then we have some figures that look like they're carrying spears, and they're surrounded by some strange black beings in the paintings. They put their horses in a cave next to them, and they're in one cave. And then they hear these horrible sounds, and they rush in, and all of the horses are gone. And the walls, the floors, the roof, they're all awash with crimson swaths of blood. And there's this trail that goes down this opening in the rear wall, and there was no opening before, but now there is. Two of the men go down to investigate what killed the horses. There was the American and Beckman ends up killing the American. He says he felt the presence of the beast, and it's not the first time, and that the American's death was necessary. So it seems like one of the guys went mad and killed the other guy, and so they don't have horses. One of them is dead, the other guy's gone crazy, and Beckman seems even crazier because he says that he heard the words of the beast, and the beast says that he has to sacrifice things to stop it from rising, and he did. Only blood will keep it at bay. I killed so many times to appease the beast, to satiate it. And before the other two can get the hell out of there and away from this madman, they are ambushed by some British soldiers who also have a doctor with them. They take their guns away, and they want to know what the hell is going on, what they're doing here. The situation deteriorates even more with Beckman slitting his own throat. The soldiers won't heed their warnings, and they go down there to try to find out what the hell is going on. The monster, which is like made out of black tentacles, ends up killing basically all of them, and we end with the older guy staying behind so he can blow up some explosives and hopefully keep the creature in the cave, like just buried in the rubble, with the younger man Stridum able to escape on his own. And yeah, we end there. I thought this one was very good. Very pleased with it. He's done at least one more about like South Africa that I can remember. It might be The Eyes of Quinigawa. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but I believe that one was also like kind of South Africa, like Boer time period. And the last new one for me was Still Here, our last story on page 168. And this is about two friends. One's a doctor, the other's a solicitor, which just means lawyer. They're just talking with each other, and they're discussing this case about some playboy that disappeared. The journal entries that his doctor friend wants him to read. The journal talks about how this man recognizes where he is, but it's wrong, and that the room that he is in is indeed his own, but it's just different. He's not home, he's somewhere else, but it looks like home. And he gets into his story, how he bought this house, and then things are just kind of different. Things are just kind of odd. He finds this weird little box that needs a key, and there were some weird keys that were left over when he bought the house. So he ends up opening the box, and there's no money, there's no treasure when he does finally get the box open, but it looks like a tablet made of very old beeswax. And there's also a new key here. He knows that there's no lock that this key could possibly open in the house, so he's not sure what it is. And then he starts having some dreams. And in these dreams, he's in this room with his desk, and it's all familiar for him. And then there's this iron box that had the key, but then he realizes that the key in the box is gone now for some reason. The door slams shut behind him, the camel turns blue, and I whirled about, and there was someone, this tall shadow of a man formed of darkness, coming towards me. I could not see his face. He fails to reach the key twice, and then he wakes up, and then he sees that, the creature was reaching for him and grabbed his arm, and now he sees that his arm is wounded, that his arm has this really nasty rash on it. He has some more dreams where the man wakes up, he finds himself sitting here at his desk, the key is in his hand, and he tries to leave the room, and he cannot leave the room. So I am seated here still, and I do not know what else to do, but wait until it's dark once more, and perhaps I shall dream again. The two men are talking about the disappearance, and how soon, it's gonna be legally decided that the bachelor's going to be declared dead and all that. But the man, Grovsmanner, is not happy because he went up to the house and he did find something in that house that should not have been there. And he pulls out an old key. He says that he's certain that the key was not there when I first looked about the house. And yet when I went into that room again, well, there it was, sitting on the shelf over the fire as plain as day, and with this, and he pulls out a crumpled scrap of paper. He passed the paper to Massey, who took it with a raised eyebrow. Perching his reading glasses on the end of his nose, he turned the paper to the light of the lamp. It was a ragged corner of yellow foolscap, torn and curled. Scrawled across the lined fragment were two words written in a fresh blue ink. Still ... here. Very nice ending. I would say of the 4 stories that were new to me, Still Here was probably my favorite. A lot of Lovecraft stuff. Some of that is kind of about more of a seaside setting, but we also have some African stuff. We have English Gothic manners. The Duelist is about some World War I fighter pilots that end up, being transported into a not good dimension. That one's great as well. So I think this is a great sampling of C.P. Webster stuff. If you want a longer work, he has The Horror Beneath, which is a little book, and that is more of a traditional Lovecraftian, English manner. So yeah, check that out. And he's supposed to have a new book, Come the Dawn's Light, which seems to be a break from what I kind of know him for, the Lovecraftian stuff, and that's supposed to be a swashbuckling sword and sorcery novella. So yeah, that will, I guess, be out later this year.
Sognando soli e giorno hardcore cheer non highland do share what in the gal
Now we are on to No Winter Lasts Forever. This is by Jonathan Epps. This is another one from the based book sale. We have this small community that is being plagued by seemingly random mass shootings. We open up with a high school massacre, and there seems to be some copycat shooters that are targeting this area. This man, Jackson, he decides he wants to get to the bottom of this to try to stop it. And so he ends up getting into some like chat rooms that are filled with young men who glorify the killings. And he's trying to see if he can find out who the shooters are, if it's one shooter or many shooters, and just trying to bring a stop to it. It ended up being a non-recommendation because of the ending. I think the writing really went off a cliff. So we'll get into that. But we did open up pretty strong with our prologue. We have a very strong page 1 where we're at this high school. And within one large paragraph, we have 3 shooters show up. They massacre a bunch of people. And then one of the shooters dies in a gunfight with the police. The other 2 commit suicide. All of them die. 22 people end up dying from this, and our protagonist, Jackson, he's watching TV. The president's talking about gun control. There's some unsatisfying propositions to stop the violence, and Jackson, he does not have his own family, really. He has a long-term girlfriend who's his next-door neighbor. But he has a nephew, Luke, and he's kind of concerned about Luke because he's a young man who's not like a shooter like these guys, but he is just living at home, not really doing anything with his life, and it seems like he would be the type of guy to fall into this type of thing. But things kick off when he goes to visit his family, and he's in Luke's room. Luke gets called downstairs to speak with his parents, so Jackson is left upstairs with Luke's computer, and he looks in it, and he finds this chat room where guys are talking about snuff films. They're also talking about the shooting, and people in the chat room are calling the shooters heroes. Chat room is named Happy Days, and the kid that said the shooting that happened near him was Fonzie. So he keeps that in mind, and then he invites Luke to hang out this weekend because he wants more information on the chat rooms. So that weekend, he gets Luke to give him some information, and he wants to join the group so that he can, just get information, either to pass this on to the police or take care of it himself or whatever, right? He needs to feel like he's doing something. He's able to get into the chat room, and he's just a lurker. A lot of guys in the chat room just talk about how to speak to young women and to go on dates and stuff like that, and just kind of just being edgy assholes, right? Penny is his neighbor girlfriend, and things aren't going well with her because he's spending all of his time on the chat room and just monitoring that. One small issue I had was on page 32. We say, every night after work, I'd go straight to the computer, skip the gym, stop eating much dinner. I'd grab a bottle of water and a couple of beers and go to work, deploying my new but secret identity to seek and collect as much information on this kid as possible. I wrote in the margins here, what is work? On the back cover, we say, terrorized by this logistics manager, Jackson Warner finds his way into an illicit chat room, Happy Days. I don't think we state that he's in logistics until much later into the book. So not that I really want a lot with his work life, but I feel like we at least need to say in the book itself, not just on the back cover, what he did for a living. And he was only able to get into this chat room because his nephew gave him the password, and Fonzie asked him how the hell he got in here, and he's able to kind of bluff his way. Chapter 4, things kick off a little more where, okay, these guys are pathetic creeps on the internet, but no one's actually doing anything. And then we have a copycat killer at the start of Chapter 4. The shooter ends up killing 3 people at a mall. I do think this was overridden a little bit. This is between Penny and Jackson. Who knows? That's part of the evil of it all. We can't just give in to it. How can anyone stop this sort of thing, she asked. Ban guns? That'll never happen, and if there were a law for it, there's already millions of guns out there. She gestured beyond the window. Laws have never stopped criminals. It's too late to save us from this. This is who and what we are now. She looked away from me. Still the same stupid beast with better, more terrible weapons. She kept herself from dropping a tear that settled back into her eye. That felt somewhat overdone for me, but whatever, moving on. His sister calls Jackson because there's issues with Luke. Luke apparently had not come home for several days and wouldn't answer any calls or texts, and no one knows what's really going on. He claims he's at a friend's house, but that doesn't seem likely. We have another shooting at a Walmart, and then the next night, the local news reports that there might be someone named Fozzie the Bear who is posting images about the shootings like he is the shooter. Jackson says, I'd even had a fight with Luke, determined to get him to fess up to knowing who this depraved shit was. Luke had viciously denied any knowledge, saying that he'd left the group thread. I could only believe him. I had to. This is referencing a fight that does not happen on the page. I feel like it really should have been on the page. So, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, we needed that there. And Jackson is also upset with the news and the police because he believes, oh my God, they can't even get the name correct. It's Fonzie, not Fozzie the Bear. So he's a little pissed off with that. And he's also checking out Fonzie's Instagram, where he posts stuff that's like photos of ammunition, cartoons of bloody slaughters, new gifts of animated crusade warriors with the expected white supremacist tone. I don't believe Jonathan Epps is quite our boy, I might venture that. I think he's probably conservative-ish guy, but yeah, probably not our boy with the expected white supremacist tone. Oh well. So he is driving around. He goes to the Walmart that had the recent shooting, and he's also bought a rifle at this point to have, and he gets pulled over by the police because, I don't know, he's got the rifle in his trunk, and he didn't really secure the rifle, so he hears the occasional bang and thud of the rifle, so he decides to pull over to secure it better. A cop comes over, wants to know what the hell's going on, and he's a guy near a recent shooting. He's got a rifle in his trunk. I don't know officially how this would actually go down in real life, because I don't know, is this probable cause? It's a guy on the side of the road. Now, he does fail a few basic questions about what are you doing out here, are you visiting friends, and then he changes his story. So I would say that he is being suspicious, so I'm not sure, and he ends up being brought into the police station, and they hold the rifle until he can prove that it's his, so he has to come back for it. He tells them about the Instagram page and Fonzie, and the cops really don't give a shit about any of this. He ends up stealing a little police radio on his way out and slips it into his bag. We have some community groups pop up. One of them was initially called Fighters Against Guns until the news media reported it, and it was suddenly clear to them that FAG wasn't exactly the best acronym for their cause. In a press release, they tried to spin it like they were an organization mostly comprised of LGBTQ individuals, and that using the taboo word as acronymic of their cause was an irony often used by marginalized groups to take their power back to embolden the movement. It didn't work. They changed it to SAG, Students Against Guns, then Teachers Against Guns, and MAG, Moms, days later. There's one woman in particular, Kathy Cray, who is a part of this and is trying to, center the movements and all this around herself. She used to be a teacher, and Jackson used to teach with her at the same school. And he recalls this incident when they were teaching, and Kathy was never a good teacher. She would just not even really read students' work when they would submit it, but then she finally decided to read a student's work, and in this story, the student basically indicates that Kathy is a fraud and a phony, and they read through some of the other students' works, and the first one concerns the student's abusive alcoholic uncle, and the second one is about loneliness and suffering at the hands of bullies in the school. And Jackson says that, you need to call Child Protective Services, you need to get this kid some help pronto, and admit that you fucked up in not reporting this stuff earlier, and, just take it on the chin. Of course, Kathy does none of that, and instead her first act is to punish the boy. There's no help or aid. They call the police during the middle of the school day, and they handcuff the kid and drag him off the property, expelling him. And as the kid is being dragged away, he threatens to kill everyone in the school. I'll save you this right now, boys. This is a red herring. It never gets mentioned again. I thought maybe something would come of it, but is it a bit too on the nose? And it is, in fact, a bit too on the nose. But he goes to Kathy because he's looking for information from her. I felt a weird line on 67 where he goes to Kathy's office. He gets stopped by this young woman who is working like the front desk. And to try to ease her, he says, "I'm curious about your organization, what I can do to help." She seemed to suppress her next thought from speech. I don't blame her for not trusting men, especially older ones. I couldn't imagine the kinds of experience she had. I don't know, that just felt odd. Like, the chick is supposed to have the chick does have blue hair and multiple tattoos. Felt a little bit cucky there, but we'll go on. And he's looking for the psychological profiles of the young guys that are doing crimes like this, and he ends up leaving with a folder full of transcribed interviews, which he promises to return. And Jackson decides he's going to contact one of the other members in the chat room, Loner Life, and get him to hack into the local police station because needs to pull a name from it. Because in one of the interviews, the subject, he's talking to the police, and he says, he mentions names that are specific to the chat room. So if he can get that person's name, then he can have a real life link to the shooter, right? So Loner Life, he gets offered some money to do the hack, and we just have to, and so we're just waiting and seeing. A few days later, Loner Life gives him the name. The name is Luke Robinson, so this is his nephew, Luke. Luke knew the shooters of the local high school, which is even more fucked, and so now he goes over to his sister's place looking for Luke. He grabs Luke and he takes him outside for a walk. They have a man-to-man, and he basically tells him, don't go in this chat room anymore, stop playing video games, time to clear your head, you need to get out into the world and do something with your life, or you'll become one of those sad little miscreants. He suggests some jobs for Luke to do. That's just kind of it, and he says he wants an update by the end of the week. And Luke's family life seems normal enough. He has a mom, dad. Dad travels a lot for work. He has a younger sister. I forget if there are any other siblings, but they seem to love him. But Luke is in his early 20s. He doesn't work. He's not in school. He doesn't do anything with his life. He just stays at home, like up in his room on his computer all day, and his parents don't try to stop him. We'll get into some of that later on. An issue I had with the confrontation with Luke as well is the uncle really didn't press him about knowing the shooters, if he knew anyone else. It just kind of ends there with Luke crying about it, and that's basically it. So we had this whole contact with Loner Life and everything, and it never really went anywhere, and now we're just kind of, the pacing is stopped. We're not really advancing towards who the shooters are or a connection to them. Finally, on page 95, he says, I worked in transportation, not computer logistics. Oh, and then he finds a young man outside of his house very late at night, and this guy says that he's Loner Life, and he was like looking around for the money that he's owed, and also Jackson doesn't really know anything about like OPSEC, so Loner Life was able to get his IP address when he was asking him for, money and the information and all that. So that's how Loner Life came here. Loner Life seems like not a bad young guy, but from an abusive home. So Jackson writes him a check, and he just sends him on his way, but also leaves the door open in case Loner Life needs a place to come back to. Chapter 6, Jackson goes to church with Penny. He's not exactly satisfied with some of the sermon that the preacher gives. And as they're driving home, they pass by a Home Depot where there has been another shooting, and there were plenty of victims this time as well. We have a little POV shift for chapter 8 to the killer. We begin with I am the active shooter. He enjoys killing, and go on for only a few pages. I don't think we do this. It has been like weeks or months since I've read some of these books, so I am just going off notes, and I do remember more as I flip through them, but it's just, yeah, maybe I should make these trough videos smaller. In actuality, this video was supposed to come out like a month earlier. I was actually waiting on some books from Jordan Allen and his Kickstarter, but that's been delayed, so I ended up waiting a while for that and then reading more and more books, but whatever, here we are now. There's really no one to blame for it except perhaps Jordan Allen, but really, honestly, just off the top of my head, there's no one to blame for this video being delayed except perhaps Jordan Allen, but again, once more, there's no one to blame. Things seem to have settled down, but then they get a phone call that Luke has overdosed. Apparently, he was doing heroin with fentanyl, and it was enough for him to black out and overdose, but not enough to kill him. They decide not to visit them. They think it would be best just to have the parents there. Jackson says something that he should definitely have restricted access to a computer for a while. And honestly, this feels like I'm not trying to make a joke, but like a band-aid on a gunshot wound. Like you're still leaving this guy who's pretty fucked up and doing heroin and fentanyl and is definitely in contact with really bad people online. And okay, you can still have a personal computer in your room, but listen, buddy, you get 1 hour on the computer, then you have to help out and do chores for 30 minutes, and then you get 3 hours on the computer, and then guess what, buddy? You're going to go pick up your younger sister from school and drive her home, and then maybe you get 4 more hours of computer, okay? It just feels like no one's really taking this seriously, and the consequences that come from this later on feels like it could have been avoided, and it felt like somewhat forced from the author, but we'll get to it. And then we end this chapter with Penny shook her head, staring off at nothing, and sucked her teeth at the misery and mystery of life. This is overstated. The author does this a bit. Chapter 10, another little, just one page POV of the shooter, Fonzie. They do decide to visit Luke in the hospital, and Luke speaks with Uncle Jack alone. He says the guys in the chat room, they're really bad. He cries, what a little bitch. You should have overdosed on heroin. And it just felt like kind of a big jump here where just very little time has passed in between talking about getting a job at a warehouse or something, and then now he's doing a fentanyl overdose here. And it also seems to have no connection to the chat room at all. I feel like maybe if someone in the chat room had supplied Luke with the laced drugs and Luke didn't know that they were laced, then it would be this more emotionally connected event, like tying him to the chat room and I'm Uncle Jack and they gave my nephew bad drugs that nearly fucking killed him. Now it's personal, right? That's a cliche line, but it really works. Now it's personal. This doesn't feel very personal. I don't believe any connection between the chat room and the drugs. Maybe like being there and seeing all this fucked up shit and talking to these fucked up people made him take the drugs, but that's not great. Loner Life ends up coming back when Penny is there, and Penny invites them to stay for the night and they feed him. And it looks like they're going to take him in for a bit. Jack says this, he was another version of Luke, I decided. So, okay, it feels like there's something there with the book, with the relationship with the uncle and nephew, and it's this generational divide, and the younger guys are a bit more fucked up. There's something there, but now we have this unrelated young man that he's taking under his wing and trying to make better, when it seems like he puts in not a third amount of the effort he puts into Loner Life than he does for his own flesh and blood nephew, and it just doesn't really work for me at all. It feels very bizarre, right? Like, okay, I don't know. I just, We'll get into it. There is like something that the author does, but no, I don't think it's done super well. He decides that he can stay because he wants to make a difference to the problem, taking one of the disaffected young males and help to turn him into a quality young man. So he's going to stay here. He's going to help with gardening. He's going to get a job. He's going to be a productive young man. So we say this on 135. This is contrary to what Luke was proving to the world. After he'd come home from the hospital, he had reverted to his usual pattern of undisciplined hiding. All day he'd stay in his room at his computer. He says that he didn't have a sense of being in the world. He was used to being in a non-world since the age of 8, probably. He had no way out, stuck forever in a closed-circuit labyrinth. She needed to demand more from him, and not just her, but his father too. So, okay. Your nephew has almost died from a fentanyl heroin overdose. He is talking to some fucked up people that know, like, legitimate, like, killers out in the world. You don't take a baseball bat to his computer. You don't take his computer and lock it in a bank vault or something, or just destroy it outright. You don't literally force him to get a job, otherwise he can go be homeless somewhere else. I just don't buy it. And another thing, I don't really know anything about drugs, but if you take heroin, like even if like, oh, I took heroin, but only one time, are you technically an addict? Like, would you need to go to Narcotics Anonymous? I don't know. Would it be worth signing the nephew up for rehab and getting him out of this environment where he doesn't have access to the internet? Would that be better? But it just seems like the uncle's like shitting on his nephew and not helping in the slightest. And the parents don't do anything, and I just don't buy it. Obviously, the choices that the nephew makes are his own choices. He is his own man, but Jesus Christ, like he literally can't rely on his family to support him here. They just immediately indulge him and let him do his bad behaviors. And Luke has apparently disappeared again, this time for 3 days. Jackson says, my heart crumbled for Luke. Then why not go visit Luke? Why not destroy the computer, which is one of the sources of his despair? Joey, that's the name of Loner Life. He says that he wants to go back to school. He says, look, I'm not going to leave him to the likes of that chat room or any other part of that rotten world that will have nothing more to use and abuse him. There's no self-awareness here. There is no self-awareness at all about their decision to take in Joey, and they say, this is what it's like to have a kid, I suppose. Yes, I suppose so. It's not like he doesn't know Luke is in trouble. He's been told by his sister that, oh yeah, he's doing all the bad shit that led him to almost dying and doing it again. There is no attempt to try and shut down the rooms or ask Luke for information about the rooms. There's no trying to, hey, Loner Life, tell me everything that you know about the guys, even though maybe he doesn't know a lot, but it would be more than the literal nothing that he has. Oh, and Joey has a mother who is gross white trash. But they have to invite her over for dinner just so she can see how her son is doing. And so we just have a chapter with them having dinner. And then in chapter 16, page 149, I was driving home from lunch with Micaiah when I got a text from Penny again telling me to call Elizabeth about Luke. We have italicized, this was never ending. Smash the computer, rehab, anything, force him like out of his room, like literally like, hey, if you don't get a job today, you don't have a right to live here anymore. Maybe he would still be an addict, but he wouldn't have the money, to go do other bad shit. Elizabeth asks if he can come over. I could, yeah, but why me? He didn't respond to any of the things I tried to do. Like what exactly? You gave him a few crappy talks about maybe applying to UPS or FedEx or going to work in a warehouse. What the fuck did that actually do for him? You didn't actually take any, action in his life and try to make his life better. It was just this. It was crap. It was a lot of crap. He's pretty convinced there was nothing he could do short of taking him in to live with me. I had enough to do with Joey around, enough to look after. Luke is blood, right? I'm just saying Joey, maybe a nice enough young man, man that you could help. But Luke is your nephew. He is blood. That's not a priority. That doesn't get a number one. That doesn't like move above owner life in the slightest. So then he goes to meet with Luke's parents, and then they say, "We've had 1,000 planets. Nothing works. You know that." Not once have they, gotten rid of the computer or done anything like that, and they just let Luke live here and then not obey the parents and also not work. So they don't really try, and then they bitch that nothing works. Jackson also asked them if they had thought about military school because, of course, they can't raise their own kid or handle their own family, so they're going to export the problem somewhere else. They'll bitch at liberals when they suggest, like, therapy and never-ending therapy, but military school, okay. I think military school could work for some people, but it just feels, I don't know, somewhat weak, right? It's, man, I can't get this kid to love or respect me, therefore someone else fix the problem for me. That's what it feels like. Elizabeth said they couldn't afford it on top of everything else. Luke finally walked in with his hood over his head like a goon, like the heroin user he had become. I wanted to provoke him, he needed a challenge, and I was finished with the poor Luke shit. Luke tells him, "Fuck you," and then Uncle Jack throws him up against the wall and is screaming in his face. Luke is a little pussy and runs to his room, and Tony, Luke's father, stood up and he quietly asked Jackson to leave. This is a little gay, this is a little pussy shit. I walked back to my car depleted, completely dazed by the spike and drop in adrenaline. I lost myself. I sat in the driver's seat and bawled like a baby. How could I have done that to Luke, who was so clearly suffering? Okay, just saying. You didn't slap him. You didn't like beat him within an inch of his life. You put him up against a wall after he was being a little shit to you, and that was the end of it, right? I'm just saying, like, this isn't under normal circumstances. Luke is not like a 6-year-old kid. He's an adult. He's in his 20s. He's unemployed, he's done heroin laced with fentanyl, and is talking to mass shooters online. I think maybe you could rough handle Luke just slightly. You know what I mean? Right? So, okay. It's just like frustrating, and then just Jackson is like, "Oh my god, I put my nephew up against a wall." Calm the fuck down, dude. And we end with this chapter with Luke back at the hospital, and he overdosed with a larger amount of fentanyl, and he's crying again. I can't believe what I did. I can't believe the last thing I showed him was anger. Why do I put on a southern accent when it's like someone I don't like? Maybe it's because I can't really do like a northern accent too well. I don't know how to do it. So I apologize to any southerners listening to this. That's my fault. That's just laziness on my fault. We also end this chapter with, "She rubbed my back and looked off into the world, unsure of its potential." Shut up with that. Too much of that. Knock it off. You can't end every chapter like looking off into the distance, bemoaning the state of the world. Fuck off with that shit. Luke is in a coma in the hospital, and Elizabeth says, "I just can't be around you right now, Jackson. You need to leave. Get out." Pushed him up against a fucking wall. They decide to take Luke off life support this evening because he's brain dead, and yeah, he would just be in a coma until his body dies. So they pull the plug and he is dead. There is a service. Penny and Joey go with them. The Protestant service was simple, heartfelt, and without the delays of too much ceremony. It feels like a jab at Catholics here, okay? Which, hey, maybe that can be somewhat true, but I think maybe a little, Protestant ceremony where you got some, I don't know, $20 fold-out table and some, like, plastic paper crucifixes or whatever, and everyone's drinking Arnold Palmer. Whatever. Maybe just don't take shots if you're not willing to be shot. I'm just throwing it out there. Just throwing that out there. Like, Jesus is everywhere. That's nice. You don't have to be standing in pig shit when you worship. Then on chapter 19, after the funeral, we have The biggest perpetrators of all were the rich, the ones who were the greediest, the most covetous of wealth and prescribed lifestyle, the ones who looked down on us, the ones who told us how to live, how to be, how to know, as if their example was the righteous one. It was nothing more than the mocking expressions of the Faustian Satan. Sell your soul to the devil, speak like the devil. The rich and influential subdued us, the slobbering masses, hungry for a piece of their privileged lives with the platitudes of hell. We, the fame-starved multitudes, turned the language of the rich over and over in our minds, bought the products and searched our abandoned souls for some semblance of a rich life. But what we found was desperation and despair, the hollowest of nothingness. What is this crap? What the fuck is this crap? I know his nephew is dead and he wants to like philosophize a little bit, but it's like, what the fuck are you ranting about, dude? He's in a depressed daze for a while, and then he goes into the chat room again. He sees a new post about from Fonzie, we could be heroes. He sends a anonymous tip email to the FBI that maybe a threat is coming and Fonzie's going to do like a big shooting. And then chapter 20, they decide to go to the movies. Jackson, Penny, and Joey. They just lounge around the house the whole day until the movie is that night. I wondered briefly if I should make sure he was watching something decent, but decided whatever it was, he looked content, smiling and laughing, so I forgot all about that. This is in response to Joey just hanging out in a hammock with his new laptop. So wasn't that the issue with Luke, where he was spending all day on the computer and he was involved with some bad people, but while he's smiling and laughing, and no one doing anything bad would smile or laugh while doing it, so I guess it's fine. On 168 it says everything was placid, everything seemed alright, like nothing bad was going to happen anymore. Oh boy, I wonder if perhaps there will be a mass shooting. I don't know. 171. I haven't been to a movie in Lord knows how long. It'll be fun. Sure will, Joey answered. Gee, gosh. And earlier on the page we said beautiful day, wasn't it? Joey seems like a little kid. And then, just as the movie's about to start, a mass shooter jumped up from his seat in the very first row yelling, "Fuck you all and die! Die, you motherfuckers, die!" And then he fires randomly into the crowd. I, for one, was pretty shocked. I really didn't see a shooting at the movie theater happening. I thought the author handled foreshadowing extremely well. So I was blown away by that. They managed to make it out there without any of the three of them being shot or wounded. The shooter did kill some other people, though. 3 days after the shooting, Joey is gone, and he took all the money that they had. It was about $10,000. And I did think it was also odd that Jackson, who had issues relating to Luke because there was such a age difference between the two, right? He couldn't really understand him, that, you could have brought Joey around who was doing better, and he's like the same age as Luke or very close to it, and, that could have been a good influence on him, but they never even attempted that. Penny's very depressed and wants to be alone. Jackson says, "The despair ran too deep and too thick to even begin to make something better of it. It dominated me. It controlled me. It turned me into something unrecognizable." I know show don't tell can be kind of gay, but perhaps this could be shown a little bit, this could be shown a little bit. The chat room has been erased. There are no users left in the room, and Jackson doesn't know what this means, if something is about to go down or something. Fonzie's Snapchat, which was only, invite only, is now open to everyone. Like, he has gotten an invite to it, and Fonzie has declared himself to be the angel of death. He's come to cleanse the world of human filth, and says something about the day of reckoning coming, and this is supposed to happen in 2 days. And I did write in the margins here, I'll be very disappointed if he is the kid who the teacher left down. That would be far too obvious. Which isn't what happens, but I think the author did something that's worse, to avoid a red herring. We did the opposite approach. I'm not sure if there's a name for it, but we'll get into it. Jackson knows he has to do something. He tells the cops about it. The cops don't really care. and they end up hanging up on Jackson. So he calls the FBI, and outside of like taking the walkie-talkie from the police, did he actually do much to investigate and to get to the bottom of this chat room stuff besides lurking, which didn't really go anywhere? He didn't really press Luke or Joey for any answers about the chat rooms. So I don't know. I feel like the investigation part of the book, he did next to nothing about it. Fonzie has posted a picture of one of the fields, like there are some baseball fields, and there's going to be a lot of people there, and he knows where it is, so he's running out there. And he also uses the walkie-talkie to warn the police about it, and then he's on his way to it. He sets up camp with a sniper rifle, and he is waiting and waiting, and then finally sees the shooter. The shooter gets distracted and turns around and is talking to someone. And as like the shooter's talking to this other person, he gets his text message from his sister. I finally washed the clothes Luke wore on his last day. Practically killed me to do it, but I found a little note in his pocket that said, "Tell Uncle Jack that I was loner life. Does that mean anything to you?" Luke was loner life? How? The shooter was yelling and screaming, shooing the person away, and who then came jogging towards me, trying to run as quickly as they could over the trail that connected the two ridges. They were looking in my direction and waving their hands, seeming to shout at me when their face and form came into the binoculars view. It was Penny. The shooter comes up behind Penny and kills her and shoots. He runs down to Penny. Penny is dying, and he says, "Oh my God, my spirit was finally crushed. This is too much. Just say, 'Oh my God,' and hold her tightly. You don't have to say your spirit is crushed. We know the spirit is crushed." So he takes the mask off the shooter, and it was poor, wasted Joey. Joey had shot a few people before he got a chance to take him out. So Joey murders Penny, and he survived a shooting at the movie theater, and then he did one, question mark. This is really odd, and we'll get some explanations. He goes through Joey's backpack. He finds some food, a picture of Lenin, copies of Mein Kampf, and the Prague Cemetery, two books I never nor would ever read. The FBI and the cops show up. It turns out that there was a second shooter. There was Fozzie and Fonzie. So Fozzie was there, and the cops were handling that shooter in the same park while he handled Fonzie. So I did kind of like that he was wrong, that, you know, he's like, "Oh, these stupid cops, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's Fonzie, not Fozzie." But then it turns out there's two. I thought that was decent. It turns out Joey's real name is Martin Hauser. Online alias is Fonzie. He was born in New York, ran away at 16, been a grifter con artist ever since. Obvious psychopath. This doesn't feel right. Martin, or Joey, was also a drug dealer. That job he told you he had, that was a lie too. He sold heroin at Lou Betty Park, downtown, often laced with heavy doses of fentanyl. He was a daytime drug dealer. So, he did kill your nephew Luke. Oh my God. Shocking. The fact that Penny was able to find Jackson in this park when he's hiding up on some cliffs with the sniper, and she's just like, there's Jackson up there. Like, sure, he knows that he has a rifle, so you would assume that he's somewhere up high, and you have a general idea of where he's going, but that just feels very convenient. Just force this ending where she has to be shot and dying in his arms. So, yeah, we have this reveal that Joey is actually some weird grifter con artist, and all this backstory is fake. And I guess the woman that he had pretend to be his mother and go over to the house was just a woman that they paid. Jackson did find, I didn't mention this, but Jackson went looking for Joey when he disappeared, and he went into a rough part of town, ended up finding the mom, who seemed to be a streetwalker. So I guess it's just a whore that he hired to play this act role. Decides that he just wants to get away from here. It'll be good for him. Jackson says, "One terrible thing I had learned from all this was that Americans were not always one big happy family, not always one out of many, and it was a treachery against truth to pretend otherwise. We were the wilds of the West, always had been, always would be." So everything with the teacher, Kathy, and the student that she fucked up and ruined, that's all a big red herring. what's the message? It's like being a vigilante is sometimes good. Like there still would have been a shooting, right? The cops did help in stopping the other shooter, but if he hadn't been a vigilante there, then at least one shooting would have happened and a lot of people would have died. Because the end seems to, put Jackson in his place when the cops and FBI are interrogating him. It's like, you're a fucking retard for getting the rifle and stopping one of the shooters. But it's like, okay, you guys, like your big intelligence organization, you also didn't know that there were going to be two shooters. You thought there were going to be one shooter. So without the vigilanteism, then a lot of people still would have died. So I don't really agree with that message. I like that he was wrong about the names. The twist doesn't feel right, and it feels like it cheapens the ending. Like the book couldn't be that he failed Joey and he didn't put him on a good path because Joey was already evil from the outset. So even though Jackson tried his best to provide Joey with a home, a job, a family, love and support, it wasn't enough, and Joey ended up going bad. Instead, it's actually Joey was a grifter con artist, and well, you couldn't fail because he was already evil. So it sucks the tension and despair right out of it. There was no chance of succeeding with Joey. Like you already knew that you were going to lose. So I feel like that's a rather terrible ending. The biggest issue I have is the book goes out of its way to fail Luke. It goes out of the way to make the nephew's life difficult and for him to fail. And of course, like the nephew dies, and I don't know, like if we just removed the weird grifter con artist thing and we had it be about the nephew and uncle, the uncle does his best and has, Luke come live with them or whatever, and then we still fail and Luke still tries to do a shooting at the end. Like there's a lot of despair there. There's a lot of really good, emotions there. So I think I would have liked that better. And I don't know. I feel like the ending just really, really drops the ball. So not a recommendation.
Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, the Kimmy are in a Dulaman Gela, the Yapush wheel in a Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Rapajan and Yurnish and Dulaman Gela, can I miss your bragadir at a Dulaman Gela? Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Braga Bracadua at a Dulaman Gela, a Paradegas Truce at a Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela. Mishkella Haki go Callahan Kirdi, Shinskella Hershey Hogum go Roa Ken Kira, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Pajel to the Chira, and Dulaman Gela, Ixeri Leginin, there's some Dulaman Wera, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, and I'm to my name, there's some Dulaman Gela, while for thine alone, we're some Dulaman Wera, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Paragas, Dulaman Jeji, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela, Dulaman the Binya, we Dulaman Gela.
Now we have Shadow in the Woods, Don't Go In. This is by J.P. Choquette. This is another based book sale book. We have a main character, Eadaigh. We have several different POVs for this book. One of our main ones is Eadaigh, who is a mental health counselor. She and a colleague who is also a doctor end up taking a small group of clients out into the wilderness to camp, and this is supposed to be therapeutic for all of them, and then they find some weird stuff out there and it gets pretty horrible pretty fast. So Shadow in the Woods, I do think this is one of the strongest written books that I read in this pile of 11 titles, but strongest written at the beginning. Like, good premise, it's like, ooh, I'm enjoying it, and then yeah, we do drop the ball definitely towards the ending, so it is also a non-recommendation. Another thing for this book is we do carry a bunch of POVs. So not just the counselors, but also the patients. So there are 6 of them overall. We get in the heads of all 6 people. Now, it is interesting being in the heads of the four people who have mental illnesses, and you get to see that in their POVs, and I thought that was done well. So I don't really have a complaint with the number of POVs. I think voice and character is done, well enough. We do open with Maria, who is a patient of Eadaigh, and she is a woman who is very paranoid. She doesn't really do well without, not being prepared and such. Clark is someone with anger issues. Alaska is a woman who is like an executive type and who wants to be on top and be the best. And then we finally have Gabe. Gabe is an artist and just, I don't know, kind of a little scumbag fella. And our main POV is Eadaigh, who is a therapist, and she has been divorced. She has an adult son, Ben, and Ben is worried about her going out on this trip. I think all the setup is fine. We just have a few short little chapters with Eadaigh and her son, and then she meets up with the other doctor. They go out, they meet the other people, and then they begin the hike. In the woods, things seem fine at first, except Eadaigh thinks she sees something in the trees, and she sees a face with gold eyes, and that freaks her out a little bit, but she doesn't say anything to anyone right now. We get a POV of Gabe, who has stolen from Dr. Odell, and he stole Odell's gun. He's just a little crazy, and he doesn't want Odell to have the gun. He wants to have the gun. And Alaska, in her POV, she has a lot of anxiety, but she also believes that Dr. Odell we'll eventually see how perfect they are together and that they should be together. So then Alaska ends up sabotaging Addie by stealing Addie's clothes and like throwing her shit away. Which, you know, you might anticipate that bringing 4 mentally ill people out into the woods, that they might start to deteriorate rather fast. And they do deteriorate. And of course that does happen. So they keep moving, and then 50 pages in, things really start to take a turn for the worst. It's raining. Alaska gets separated. She was supposed to go like set up camp at this little cave, and now she's just missing. Gabe weirds out Addie because she's just staring at her too much. It is sort of a Chad versus incel thing where it's like, oh, if Dr. Odell is staring at her, perfectly fine, but the psychotic Gabe who stole a gun stares at her, suddenly it's a problem. Women, am I right? There's not too much going on right now except Alaska's missing. They've lost more supplies. I still think the voice is done well. Maria is kind of a nervous wreck. Clark is a angry misogynist. There's this weird symbol in the cave on the low ceiling. It's like a pentagram thing, and there's some symbols up there, and they think maybe it's satanic or something. Out in the woods, Del has been looking for Alaska, and he sees a footprint, and it weirds him out because it's very large, and there are no markings left by a shoe in the footprint. It's a really giant foot, a big foot. Del's exhausted and not doing really well, so he ends up closing his eyes and falling asleep out there. The others are just kind of hanging out in the cave, not really sure what to do. And then they find this weird little metal box that has some newspaper clippings about hikers that have gone missing and things not going super well, and it's sort of relatable to what they're going through right now. Clark has gone missing. He went into the back of the cave. Alaska is still missing, so they decide to go back out there, and Gabe has a mental break where he thinks Maria is some girl from his middle school who humiliated him, and also there's like some weird shadow monster that has infected Gabe. Addie and Del find a skeleton in the back. And then we have Maria. She survived Gabe's attack, but her leg's all fucked up. And then Gabe ran off when he saw something. Maria says it's the same creature that Alaska saw because Alaska apparently saw it. And this is also like the eyes that Addie has seen. So there's like the shadow monster, and then it looks like another thing. Del and Addie managed to find Clark, who was in far back in the cave, and he is missing his tongue. And it's not like his tongue got ripped out or something, or there's some blood or sign of struggle or tearing. It's been removed. Addie saw the creature when they were looking for Clark, and then Del says, well, I want to see it, and I want to see the skeleton too. We should hike back there. Why? Why would you do that? Like, you don't even fully believe Maria that Gabe tried to attack her and broke her leg, but Maria has a bad leg, Alaska's gone, Clark, something happened there. And there's just not a whole lot of logic, right? I feel like there's a way you could write this to where the character's actions make sense, but it just feels Scooby-Doo-esque shit. Because Del goes, well, first though, I need to go out and retrieve my pack. Because there are supplies in there we might need, and says that, oh, Addie, you should get some sleep. At least for a few minutes. Just after all of this, after everything their group has been through, after multiple times people just being on their own for just a handful of minutes, things go really fucking bad, and your idea is, I should split up. It's aggravating. It's very aggravating. Because, by the way, Gabe is still on the loose. They only have Maria's word, but Maria said that, oh yeah, Gabe tried to fucking kill me. I might take it kind of seriously because Addie and Del are going to go down into the cave looking for a monster. And let's say that Del is correct and it's not a monster. Let's just say it's a huge fucking animal. Why would you go looking for that? Why? Why would you go looking for that? Del asks on 129, should we go to the ravine now while they're both sleeping? Adeline nodded. What the fuck? Gabe is still on the loose. They do, in fact, run into the creature, but the creature isn't trying to kill them, but it is kind of pursuing them, so they're running away. We cut back to Clark, where Clark is hearing a voice in his head, and the voice is telling him to kill Maria, and he's seeing, like, he can't control himself, but he's watching his hands wrap themselves around Maria's throat. Then the Shadow Man forms and tells him to kill them, so Del and Addie, they're both still running. Maria wakes up and Clark is dead, and it looks like Clark killed himself by stabbing himself with a rock knife thing. And I suppose he did this so that the shadow creature couldn't use his body to kill Maria, and Bigfoot is carrying Del, but delicately, like he's trying to not hurt Del at all. And then another big twist on 162, Alaska has shown up. She says that she fell, lost her pack somewhere along the way, and yeah, now she is back at the main camp. So good, I guess Alaska is here. Another point of annoyance, so the group has gotten back together. We have Del, we have Alaska, we have Maria, we have Addie, and everyone goes to sleep when Clark killed himself for some reason, or something killed Clark. Gabe is on the loose. There's a monster on the loose. There's some weird shadow thing that maybe not everyone believes in, but it's certainly something terrifying is happening. And no one bothers to keep watch at all. Just after everything, it's some Scooby-Doo logic. And then Gabe shows up. Gabe has the gun. Gabe ended up shooting Del, but it's not a fatal wound or anything like that. Still, he got shot. And then they decide they need to get the hell out of here. The rain stopped, so this might be their only kind of good opportunity. This was a little thing, but this was on 192. They started downward, painstakingly slow. The path was easier to traverse than the thick undergrowth and tree branches of the forest, but the steeper pitch required more focus and leg strength. This is 195. While the trail was easier to maneuver than the dense underbrush had been, the downhill incline was much harder to manage. I don't know. It just feels like a bit like of a repeat there. Like, mostly the editing is good. There were a few small things, but really nothing much. So the three women, with Maria having a pretty fucked up leg, have a little stretcher for Odell, and they're trying to get out of here. It looks like they might make it until Alaska breaks off from the group to go to the bathroom, and then there's Gabe, and then Gabe shoots Alaska, but I guess it's okay because Alaska was a bitch to Addie, so it's good that she's dead. Chapter 37, we have a POV of Ben Preston, which is Addie's son, and he's come on the trail looking for his mother to save her because, I don't know, he just has a feeling things are bad. Addie's going after Gabe, but then the Bigfoot monster has Gabe, and it beats him to death, like slamming him against a tree. And I don't quite get this here. I understand why she's crying. This is traumatic, but she goes, they were gone. Clark, Alaska, Gabe. She couldn't stop the sobs that rose out of her chest. Okay, maybe we shouldn't feel bad that Gabe died. Gabe was like actually a monster, and he did assault Maria, and then he did literally murder Alaska, so maybe it's good that Gabe is dead. I will also note that I didn't really like it where the monster is this, well, I mean, it's literally this creature, but it shows up, it does the action for Addie, it does the killing of Gabe. She doesn't have to get her hands dirty for this, so I didn't quite like that. It steals the action from her. But when Addie opens her eyes, the place where she saw Gabe thrown against the tree, Gabe's body isn't there. Oh no. Oh, again, just some Scooby-Doo shit. With Alaska gone, they can't really get Del moved down the mountain. I still feel like you could drag him with the stretcher. You know, you're going downhill, and if you're dragging him, it would still be a lot of work, but I feel that it would have been manageable because she's debating like going down to the parking lot to call for help and just leaving Del someplace. and then coming back for him, but I don't like it. Anyways, Ben shows up, and Ben's like, here, Mom, I'm here to save you, and, you know, do everything. With the arrival of Ben, they've decided we can actually get the fuck out of here, so we're getting out of here. But then they hear a scream through the woods, even though the shadow monster has made weird, creepy sounds before, and it's clearly a bad thing, and there's literally no one else out here. They decide that they need to go investigate. Your son is right, Maria said. We have to help whoever it is. What the fuck are you talking about? It's clearly the monster trying to lure you back to the cave so it can fucking kill you all. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? 2 people are severely ill and need urgent care. Del may die. He was shot. Maria can't walk right. And, you know, without the arrival of Ben, maybe the only one that makes it out of here is Eadaigh. But now suddenly we have to go investigate. It's retarded. We have Clark dead, Gabe dead, Alaska dead, and Maria, Del, and Eadaigh all accounted for. No one is there. There's no one screaming out in the woods. You've all seen some weird supernatural shit, but now they're treating this like it's this concrete thing to investigate when, I don't know, like, it never gets voiced that, hey, maybe that monster's trying to trick us and it's going to murder us. So I guess we kind of need a climax, and the author wasn't sure how to bring us to that climax, so this is what we're doing. Also, Gabe's body is gone, and I don't know who else would have fucking moved it in that time. They leave Dr. Odell off of the trail in a small alcove of immature pine trees. Good thing there aren't monsters or Gabe around, otherwise, whew, that could go bad. Maria says that she knew that the pair could move faster without her, but she hadn't encouraged them to leave her behind. She also knew that covering this same ground in the next hour or whenever they returned was going to kill her. So this is just stupid. She's not able to like help them in a fight or anything, so why the fuck is she coming? They get to the cave and they decide to fan out a little because separating in the past has never gone bad for this group of individuals. Eadaigh was to her left, somewhere nearby, but not quite close enough to see through the thick underbrush. That's smart. There's something moving near the opening of the cave, and oh, guess what? It's Gabe, only it wasn't. It was his body, but it wasn't him. Not alive anyway. He moved like a puppet on a string. It looked like ash or black smoke was coming off his skin. We should go, Eadaigh's son whispered loudly. She hadn't even heard him approach. What the fuck did you come here for then? Oh man, there's some creature here. We should leave. We should have never come here. We should have just kept going down the mountain, which made remotely any amount of sense. But don't worry, to get out of this, Ben has a taser and it connects with Gabe's neck, and there's a loud crack and some electricity. It's a stun gun, sorry, not a taser. It makes a horrible sound and then it swirls and dissipates. Gabe's body is motionless. And that was the big climax. The weird corpse of Ben is on the move, and then they defeat the corpse of Ben with the stun gun, and now it's over. And now we should go. That was our climax. Stun gun, zap, and goodbye. We came here to not really defeat the smoke monster, just a corpse, because the smoke monster is like still in the cave, and I guess the Bigfoot is there to, you know, try to stop the smoke monster from escaping or whatever through people's bodies, I suppose. I don't really know. And then we cut to several weeks after the mountain trip, and it looks like Ben and Maria are dating. Things are going well with Eadaigh. When they went to go investigate with the authorities, it looks like the cave wasn't there. At least not how it had been then. It's now only a small cave. They hadn't found any bullets either. Del doesn't really believe in what happened. He has come up with some like rational excuses for the events of that weekend. And we end there, basically. Life has returned to normal. So, like I said, some good voice with the different, like, mental people, and it just gets really stupid with, hey, I'm gonna go leave for my backpack. Really? After, like, several people have been assaulted, some people are dead, we're gonna split the group again? Really? The climax and forced return to the cave to confront the smoke monster isn't convincing, and it's also not a satisfactory ending. I think if they just fled, that would have been a lot more reasonable and understanding, and then, yeah, that just would have been fine. So, not really a recommendation. I don't know. Maybe this author does other stuff. Maybe they've written other stuff that's more compelling, or at least it holds up a little more. But there you go. That's Shadow in the Woods. Don't go in. Don't read this. That's mean. That's just mean. That's just mean.
The word two sisters side by side, sing I dum, sing I day. The word two sisters side by side, the boys are bound for me. The word two sisters side by side, the eldest for young Johnny cried, I'll be true unto my love if you'll be true to me. Johnny bought the youngest a gay gold ring, sing I dum, sing I day. Johnny bought the youngest a gay gold ring, the boys are bound for me. Johnny bought the youngest a gay gold ring, he never bought the eldest a single thing. I'll be true unto my love if he'll be true to me. Johnny bought the youngest a beaver hat, sing I dum, sing I day. Johnny bought the youngest a beaver hat, the boys are bound for me. Johnny bought the youngest a beaver hat, the eldest didn't think much of that. I'll be true unto my love if you be true to me. They were a-walking by the foamy brim, sing I dum, sing I day. As they were a-walking by the foamy brim, the boys are bound for me. As they were a-walking by the foamy brim, the eldest pushed the youngest in. I'll be true unto my love if he'll be true to me. Sister, oh sister, give me thy hand, sing I dum, sing I day. Sister, oh sister, give me thy hand, the boys are bound for me. Sister, oh sister, give me thy hand, and you can have Johnny in Dolly's land. I'll be true unto my love if he'll be true to me. Oh sister, I'll not give you my hand, sing I dum, sing I day. Oh sister, I'll not give you my hand, the boys are bound for me. Oh sister, I'll not give you my hand, and I'll have Johnny in Dolly's land. I'll be true unto my love if he'll be true to me. She swam, the boys are bound for me. So away she sank and away she swam, until she came to the miller's dam. And be true unto my love if he'll be true to me. The melody took her gay gold ring, sing I dum, sing I day. The melody took her gay gold ring, the boys are bound for me. The melody took her gay gold ring, and then he pushed her in again. I'll be true unto my love if he'll be true to me. The melody was hanged on the mountain head, sing I dum, sing I day. The melody was hanged on the mountain head, the boys are bound for me. The melody was hanged on the mountain head, the eldest sister was born in dead. I'll be true unto my love if he'll be true to me.
Alright, you boys want some Blitzkrieg shit? Let's do some Blitzkrieg shit. I got Tales of the Unreal 5 and 6, and these are both anthologies of weird fiction. I guess that's the best way to describe it. I don't have time to go into detail for all these little stories, like I've said before, so we're not gonna go into a lot of time for all these little stories. We're just gonna talk about our bullet. I believe Volume 5 was a non-rec from me, but when I go through the stories again, it will help me remind myself of what I thought, and I believe Volume 6 was mixed, but... I believe Fog Valley by R.A. Davis, our opening story for Unreal Volume 5, is one of the worst little stories that I've read, definitely for Unreal. I was like shocked that this was their opener for this volume. Essentially, this is about a ghost town, and it's about a place named Fog Valley, and this protagonist hears about this weird, creepy town where it was there one night on the old highway, and then when he went back, the town wasn't there. And literally, page 1, and then this goes on and on. He finds like a hanged person there, and then he's like looking through the public records, trying to find this place, and finds some old article about a man attacked by Indians from Fog Valley in the 1800s. Then he finds another article. Yeah. As compelling as it is to do a man finds information about ghost town that isn't really there, or it used to be there, but now it's not there. This goes on for 23 pages. 23 pages of this crap. And it's just kind of terrible. We end with, I have never had the courage to drive down that road again after dark. That's it. The curse wasn't even really crazy. It seems like the Indians who were being pushed away by white settlers and ended up going into the swamp, like set up a curse for them to like get sick or like to ruin the town. It's not shocking. It's not interesting. It's just dull. It's 23 pages of fucking boredom. It's like if ChatGPT made a horror story about ghost towns, it would come up with something like this. Really, I'm being serious. There's so little intrigue. There's so little passion. I thought, all right, where's the twist? Where's the twist? When does this become more than man is spooked by Wikipedia articles and he saw like one creepy thing and then whoa? Is that me being a dick? Is this not a trough? Like Whitepill is more of an asshole than he used to be? Good. I think that's good because Fog Valley, fuck you, it's terrible. Just terrible. It's just fucking terrible. What was good about it? Like, do I think there is something there where people like Robert E. Howard or Lovecraft or older pulp writers and they write stories that are kind of in a similar vein? And can some of those feel derivative at times? Sure, but there's also a good amount of them that like evoke, emotions, right? They're passionate, they care about stuff. So I do think there's enough of those authors. There are some that don't, but many of them like rise above or offer their own stories. I didn't get that with R.A. Davis and Fog Valley. 23 pages. How do you write 23 pages like that? I was not optimistic about continuing the rest of this volume, but The Worm, our second story, this is about a guy who he hears like a monster called the Worm, and it speaks to him, and it wants him to do terrible things. I don't think anything else really happens. There's like a cycle in the end, I guess, with his son, and it's just, I don't know, it's kind of Lovecraftian, I suppose. Hybrid moments. This one, I felt there could be something here. We had one guy who was like a cancer patient who was dying, and he went to a black market doctor who was gonna put like his mind in a new body, and the new body was coming from a convict on death row. So they do this procedure in some warehouse. Sebastian woke up in his apartment with a throbbing headache, and yet the pain that had racked his body for years was gone. He noticed some marks on his arm, pulled up his sleeve to reveal crude prison tattoos, cobwebs on the elbow, and a swastika on the shoulder. Guess I'll have to get that one removed. So it looks like he's saved in a new healthy body, but then his old body is there with the prisoner inside who has a gun and orders him in the car. They contact the doctor and they want the procedure back. They decide that they want to switch bodies again, so Cancer Boy is going back into his cancer body and he just dies alone in the hospital, and Daryl gets back to prison and he is killed by the death penalty. And they died within weeks of each other in hybrid moments. Why make this choice? It doesn't quite feel earned to me if Daryl's body is simply going to expire. I guess you don't want all the baggage with it, and the police wouldn't exactly believe that, hey, I'm not that guy that murdered all those people. Really, I'm just a cancer guy in this body, and no, I don't have any proof of that, so don't execute me. So, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I guess you could technically just hide out in the middle of nowhere for the rest of your life, and it just wouldn't be a very good or interesting life. So I thought the author wrote well. I kind of wish this was a little longer, but I thought this was, yeah, decent. On the honey in the carcass of the lion. What the fuck was this one? I think we're Romans. And there's a Greek guy who is speaking to this Roman. Yeah, this Greek man is brought into this Roman home, and the Romans are like colonizing and conquering Greece at the time, and some of the Greeks have come to attack this Roman's house. We end there. I don't know. The Romans try to fight, and the Greeks are able to kill them, and there you go. Mean girls never die. This is by Mark Connolly. This is about a few different mean girls who get called by a woman, Nancy Farber, who were in high school. So this Heather woman doesn't seem very nice. She says that Heather ruined her life, so now Nancy kills her. Jessica is also kind of a rich bitch, and it seems like Nancy was maybe like a dyke or whatever, so she's this like crazy psychotic dyke, kills her. And then we have Pamela. And then it turns out at the end, when the police are investigating, that Nancy killed herself shortly after high school graduation, and that's been years and years ago. So it looks like her ghost has gotten revenge on all these girls. I thought at first that Nancy Farber would be revealed to be some weird male to female tranny or something, and then just went psychotic years later after graduation and was murdering all the pretty girls that he wanted to be, like some autogynophilia shit. But I don't know, now it's a ghost thing, so I felt it was maybe kind of weaker. Hollywood Head Trip. This is about a man named Johnny Slick Marlowe. So we're invoking some noir imagery. Slick used to be a gigolo, and now he's just kind of a loser living in some shitty apartments that he has to pay cash for. There's a murder, and things don't look good because it seems like it's really high profile. Since it's high profile, things will get complicated, so he visits some people on the street to try to find out what the hell's going on here. The girl that was killed was supposed to meet someone named DeLuca, and something went wrong, real wrong. Slick decides that his best option is to steal DeLuca's dirty black book, and with this he would have like some bargaining he would have like a huge bargaining chip. So he ends up breaking into the office and he finds it, but then as he turns to leave, DeLuca is there. Alright, and I don't really know what the author was doing. I feel like this was a mistake or something. It's really bizarre. So DeLuca shows up in the middle of him stealing the black book. So Slick has the book, there's DeLuca, there's DeLuca's two goons. Slick doesn't have a gun or anything. He has a switchblade, which is still in his pocket. So he's on the other side of the room of DeLuca and the men. All right, Vince, Slick said, pulling the book from his jacket and holding it up. You want this? Fine, but we both know this isn't just a book. This is your life. All your dirty little secrets, who you've paid off, who you've used, it's all in here. And if anything happens to me and this book finds its way to the cops, or worse, the press, Slick says, you take me down, this book goes public, and then everyone, your clients, your partners, your friends, they all burn with you. DeLuca says something like, you think you got me by the balls, but this town has a way of chewing up guys like you and spitting them out. Okay, and then DeLuca tells his goons to get him out of here. The two men grabbed Slick by the arms and dragged him towards the door. He didn't resist. He made his point. DeLuca wasn't going to kill him. Not yet, anyway. Not as long as he had the black book. What the fuck are you talking about? This doesn't make any fucking sense. If anyone read Unreal Volume 5 and can explain this shit to me, I'd be happy to hear it. But Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck are you fucking talking about? For some reason, DeLuca's men don't just open fire on Johnny. They just don't beat him to death. They don't slit his throat and steal the black book, which he's holding right there in his hand. It's not like Johnny stole the book and he hid it somewhere so they can't kill him yet because the book is missing. It's not like Johnny fled out the window and he somehow managed to avoid DeLuca's men and that's why the black book is still in play. It's not like he handed it off to a guy who managed to escape and, oh, we got you, Johnny, but hey, if I die, your book goes public, so you can't kill me right now. What? He'd won a small victory, but he knew it wouldn't last. DeLuca wasn't the kind of man to let someone like him walk away without consequences. Then why did he? Why did he? Why? DeLuca's goons might not have killed him tonight, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be watching him, waiting for him to slip up. What do you mean slip up? He had the book. You saw him take the book. Kill him. Get the book back. This doesn't work. This doesn't make sense. This is so dumb. It's not like Slick is a part of some mafia or something like that. He's a small-time nobody, basically, so they can kill him with impunity. So, I don't know. I kind of like the noir writing and all that, but holy shit, that doesn't fucking work. There's a reveal later on, which we'll get to, so maybe, yeah, you'll say, but Whitepill, that explains it. No, it doesn't. 92, every time he stepped outside, he had to expected DeLuca's goons to be waiting for him. Okay, like, why didn't they get him before? Oh, and on 94, where I believe this was some serious editing mistake and not just something that I overlooked, it says, quote, "It gets worse," Malone said, crossing his arms. DeLuca knows we have the book. Slick's stomach dropped. How? Not sure, he said. What? Jesus Christ, Unreal. Like, maybe read through the story like once or twice before you say, yeah, we'll publish that. Like, holy shit, are you kidding? If I've totally missed something, then I've totally missed something. But Slick literally holds the book up for DeLuca to see. It's like, I have your book. DeLuca ends up catching up with him, and it looks like Slick and Malone are going to be killed. But then some LAPD officers move in, and they arrest DeLuca and his men. So it all looks nice, but then Slick wakes up, and he's in this shitty little apartment or hotel room, and he's questioning what the hell's happened. He's in this filthy little room, and he has a needle in his arm hanging loosely from a limp vein. None of it was real. The mansion, DeLuca, the black book, it had all been a twisted fever dream, an elaborate hallucination brought up by the heroin that now slowly coursed through his veins. That's awful. Go fuck yourself. You could claim that, oh, because it was like a heroin dream, that detail just didn't make any sense because it was like a dream, but everything else made sense except for those two little parts. So I believe it's more of an editing issue rather than, oh, it was all like a drug dream, so that's why not everything lined up. I don't believe that. Slick realizes that he's just another junkie. He's built all this up in his mind, creating a world where he was the hero, where he mattered, but in reality, he was nothing, just another washed-up gigolo too broken to face the truth. And we end with him realizing Hollywood hadn't chewed him up. He'd done that to himself. I thought that was okay-ish. The ending landed a little better than I thought, but it wasn't so good for me. Yeah, I didn't really love it. So yeah, some of that went well. I do think it needed another round of editing. And I don't know. I don't think I've ever been a favor of wake up, oh my god, most of what I went through was a dream. Or all of it, really. Parahitos, this one is, we're in like a dystopian world where people have pets, they pay party dues. We're in a dystopia where there's something with animals or whatever. Our guy at the end, he's wearing a giant sloth costume and having sex with a woman. Some state men show up. We end with, I am the sloth, I am the sloth. So I wrote okay, question mark in the margins. I'm not sure if this was okay, but there it is. The Dane Slayer, this is good. This is in 1508. we have some Danes, and they are under siege from, I believe it's some Swedes. There's an evil guy, Horn, who tried to kill his lord. Some good fight scenes here. I don't really have anything bad to say about it. I thought this was very solid. Rain Dance, this is basically about an archaeologist who goes to a remote village to observe this ritual from outside the village because outsiders aren't allowed inside. This little girl shows him some of the stuff that's going on, like points things out to him as they observe. And it's revealed that they do a ritual sacrifice here, and shockingly, at the end, they murder Garth because he's an outsider and, you know, he's going to be a sacrifice for them. That was fine, right? It was fine. That was fine. Let's ask Satan for help. This is the strongest of them for this collection. This actually kind of saved the collection for me. I think maybe if you had opened with this one or Daneslayer, yeah, I don't know. My strongest ones, I suppose, have to be Daneslayer and Let's Ask Satan for Help. This one I actually think is really great. We have two young boys who they have their lemonade stand taken down by the housing association, so they decide that they are going to contact a demon to try to make things right so they can get a lot of candy on Halloween, because they're setting up like on good real estate so that there's going to be a lot of foot traffic, and that is their whole little scheme. So it's cute, it's fun. Now with them trying to summon a demon, they end up summoning a succubus. And there was perhaps a moment of worry in Whitepill Media's mind that this would not be like a cute and wholesome story, but perhaps something worse and untoward might happen. But that does not happen. It remains fine and good. So I was thankful for that nothing worse happened. So we have a great humorous premise. It turns out that the boys have video of the man who took the stand, and the man who took the stand is Clay Boots, who is a red-blooded American like his forefathers before him. Clay is in a relationship with Janice, who is not with the Homeowners Association. She is the Homeowners Association. Those little pricks never sought me for approval to run their ugly eyesore of a lemonade stand, never submitted a request to conduct business to the town council, of which my husband is on. I tried to be civil too. So the boys have the succubus Roz, and the trio are going after Clay and Janice to try to get revenge and get their lemonade stand back. We have a chase with them in the truck, and they're in, I believe, a van. And it's funny. It's good. It is. They even get sent to hell for a minute, and then they get sent back. And we end with Roz going back to hell with Clay. So that's a happy ending. And Janice is dead, or she's been turned into a statue, and her corpse is a statue where people take candy from it on Halloween. So yeah, it was cute. It was funny. It was written well. Very, very good from G Farmer. First Years from Pretoria. I don't like how this is written. It's about some guys in college. They talk annoying. I understand that maybe Zoomers or Gen Alpha or whatever talk like this. I didn't really like how it was written, and that's all I really have to say about that. We have The Factory, which is about some men who wake up someday, or not all at once, but our main character, he wakes up one day and they are in this factory where a bunch of men live and work. There are some bosses here. No one knows how they got here, what they're doing, what goes on. There are some doors where finished things go, but if people try to go out there, they beg to be let back in, and they die horribly out there. There aren't really any bodies to be recovered, and our main character folds boxes. No one knows exactly what's going on here. Even the manager, he doesn't really believe that someone would just steal people to make them work here, and it doesn't even seem like they're making much of a profit by having people work in this factory, going over the numbers that he has. And he tells them that if he makes it up to shipping, then all of his questions can get answered. And in shipping, they'll tell you why you don't get to leave this place. He doesn't want to consider that he might be forced to return to the factory, or that he will be convinced to remain regardless of what he is told upon his ascension to shipping. And they have quotas and such, and there's a new guy. This new guy is trying to screw things up. This new guy goes crazy, like he thought about going crazy and stopping like production in the factory, but the new guy is like destroying a bunch of equipment, and he was lined up for promotion for shipping, so he decides to reach for this object, and then he throws it, and he hits this young guy. And we end on this note where he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen to him, the new guy, or whatever, but he knows that sooner or later he's going to get ahead of the quota, get to shipping, and then figure out what the hell's going on here. Let's ask Satan for help. This is our best story by far. No one really gets close. I think the factory's good. I think Dane Slayer is good. Hollywood Head Trip had some good in it. Rain Dance, okay. I don't know. So, yeah, pretty mixed. I would say it's almost worth it just for Let's Ask Satan for Help. That one almost makes the whole little collection worth it. But really hated Fog Valley. Genuinely kind of shocked that that's your opener. I think that's just a terrible, terrible, god-awful opener. I don't know why that was there, but...
James taras pag na harnya go gang ur vegas tu ta kragus kin go men arta fadn til the lamar gardini dan kan gelo raskar go gele shen ashina hanig merar ma navigas family go dan chi go moreri dan le gival tui via hora sancho go feliz dan the bed na griu sari ken wish to tere da kalanya rena me. go James Araspa Canarnia, go Gandalf Megas too. A dragus can go man on the bottom keys every down. Margardini down and get on the Saturday in a shin.
Now we're on to Tales of the Unreal Volume 6. So, what we have here with our opener, and it seems like, and we do have a larger focus on this. Usually, I don't think there's too much of a theme with Tales of the Unreal, but this, it's aquatic, it's underwater. A lot of it has to do with water. So, we have Beneath the Waves for the first story. Beneath the Waves was a decent one. It's about a guy that's a part of this crew on a submarine. They are exploring underwater and things go well. Apparently, you know, they looked into some mythology. There's some great serpent that's supposed to surround the world. He ends up alone in this little cave, and there's this kind of mermaid-esque creature who speaks to him and tries to convince him to go into the water and that she can make him like her, but he is not quite convinced of that. And we end with a note that basically everyone on that crew died. Then we have the Rime of the SS Madrigal by Phil Roth. Phil Roth, famous for his book, his micro novel, if you will, The Raft, and this one is like a ye old sea shanty rhyme where the crew decide to murder their captain, and then to their surprise they find that the captain is alive. So they've tried this multiple times, and every single time the captain is alive and the captain abused them more. Captain says that the only true way to break the curse is to allow him to sodomize them all. So, yeah, you know, this is from Phil Roth, so that should be expected. And that's what the crew let the captain do. And actually what keeps the cycle going is the captain having sodomizing all of his men. And actually, the crew killing him has nothing to do with the curse at all, and perhaps I would have broken it eventually. So, yeah, nice. Thank you. This is a sunken memory. This is far into the future about a robot named CJ1844. I guess it's more of an android thing, but he is looking for some mind banks hidden in the ruins of old Baltimore. Because there are some souls of people left within, there are very few people who had their consciousness uploaded before the Great Calamity, which basically ended the world. There aren't any humans left, so this is about this android looking for further minds to collect and to wake up. I don't think the author and me probably get along on a personal level, where the android thinks back to his life and he imagines a wrinkled brown face and then questions, did he have a wife, a husband? Faggot. And he does find some mind banks, but it's actually more than that, because he finds a life case, and inside there might be actual human beings who could have been kept alive for all these times. And then the cyborg lifts the lid to find two young humans. Their chocolate brown cheeks and kinky close-cropped hair were tinged with white frost. Oh, the humanity, or lack of it, if you will. So the only humans, quote-unquote, are actually Africans. I can't imagine a more dystopian ending to a story. It's kind of so the android ends up, or cyborg ends up dying, but the humans look like they're going to make it. I thought this was actually a really good horror story, like this really scary future that kept me up. Like, I read this just before I was trying to go to bed. I couldn't sleep the entire night. Just the horror, the implications of this. The idea that humanity would somehow continue with Africans, and yeah, honestly, whew. Spooky stuff. Savannah is next. I like this one. This is about a boat captain who takes people out and he basically sacrifices them to the water. His name is Bill, and he hears the voice of the water, and the water wants him to bring people out and sacrifice them. He used to be married to a woman named Rachel who would do like ASMR, and it would be like erotic and gross, and Rachel would just get fatter or fatter, and he would have to pretend to not hear her chewing or the moans she made for her audience. She grew bigger, the house grew smaller, her laughter turned into jabs, the only fans left were online. That's cute. That's a cute turn of phrase for our author, Quentin Swarth. That's not bad. And this is actually a pretty base story because the two people that Bill brings out this time to sacrifice to Savannah are two lesbians. So very cool. Lewis Woolston, if you're listening, maybe take a note from this. Like kind of based, kind of awesome. So he feeds the river, right? He's disgusted by what his wife eats, but there's not much self-reflection. He gets this sexual pleasure because at the end he orgasms, right? After this is done, kind of the ghost of Savannah or her presence envelops him, and she brings him to climax. I don't know. Would you call that a foil? Would you call that an inverse or whatever about his wife and what she eats and her constantly growing, her bulk, and well, he sacrificed his wife to the river too. That is an issue. I think I will make these videos shorter in the future, like do it to 4 or 5 titles, so then it's not spread out over weeks or months, and then I'm kind of just flipping through my notes now, so that it's harder for me to keep track of everything. But yes, I like this. I even wrote in my margins, actually, I'm not messing around, Lewis Woolston should take notes. Right, by Jack Norton. I didn't like this. We're kind of in the maybe Philippines, around Australia, like Timor or whatever. We're in the future. Things aren't good. There are a bunch of little city-states around. Our protagonists are with some mercenary company that gets service from various different groups, but there's just too much going on in this little short story. I'll read this on 68. Only it was not so easy to assert the dominance in the northern seas, the Timor Sea, the Arafura Sea, and they never held any presence as far as the Java. The Darwin's guards handled landcraft well enough against the native population, Singapore, Jakarta, Yogyakarta, the Papuan pirates, energy sales, Forest Field, the Band of the Shark, Darwin's Guard, Melville Island, Shark's Fleet. There's just a lot. There's a lot going on and a lot of different alliances and allegiances and all this shit. Maybe as a book or something, but whatever. They're like fighting off some pirates or bandits. And yeah, I started to skim this one. It was kind of boring with everything going on. Then we have The Sirens by R.A. Davis, one of my favorite authors, who wrote Fog Valley. Apparently the story was originally published in Aegeon 9, so I don't really quite remember this, but this is essentially a series of journal entries. People traveled to a planet to find out what was going on there, and you can basically kind of imagine how it goes. I don't know, maybe that's me being an asshole, but if this wasn't Aegeon 9, then I have covered it because I've covered all the Aegeons, and yeah, it's basically find journal entries. That's the story. So, okay. Water can carry a boat. I like the setup with this one where we have a man where we're somewhere. We are maybe the Philippines, maybe Vietnam or a place like this, where our protagonist is essentially a delivery boy on a motorbike and his parents wanted a lot more from him. He ends up throwing himself over the side of a bridge, and then he wakes up, and this happens a few times where in one setting he's a part of some Arctic team, but they're doing some illegal shit, so they're being chased by people, and he's like a totally different person when he's in the Arctic, and then he ends up in the jungle. By the end of it, like, he meets a fisherman there. He doesn't really know what the lesson is, because yeah, if you don't like your life, apparently you can just go grab a new one. So I don't know. I thought it was enjoyable. I thought it was well written. Temples of the Abyss. This is about a crew in another little vessel that is going under the water. There's some weird aquatic life down here where they've developed something. They have a respect for architecture and zoning, clear distinctions between promenades, plazas, districts, and what I like to call chapels. The creatures themselves are giant tube worms called Brochlea, and they are here to study them. They believe that these creatures have a consciousness, and the creatures seem to speak to them a little bit and to say hello. But some of the crew get injured and separated, and then one of them is being like drawn down into a flaming maw. It kills someone, and our character dies as he's studying the hieroglyphs and all that. I thought that one was fine. Vermilion Sands, we have a... I fucking hated this one. Now I remember why I didn't like this one, but yeah, I was only a few pages in and I underlined this sentence, so yeah. At my hand she latched and tried to cross over between the sublunary tract, the submerged bridge of sand which promised to lead to some stately sandstone alcove, while pleading clearly that I ought avoid the Lulucent Scissor G, but fraught by the looks longing, the bleary fathoms of shallows, recalling the idyllic far depths of or the weary labyrinths of Paul Bowles. I could not but stop and wonder, dipping my hand into the liquid half discus, and now somnambulistically I found myself going through the motions of romantic endeavor, blah, blah, blah. I wrote, I'm done, fuck off. We're talking about grief and other shit. 161, we say, much like Ajax flew himself in the breast. Fuck off. Something undefeated by the Olympians, and then like we're doing poems and shit. I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ, this was long and boring, so I quit. Read by Erasmus in Poggio's skilled hand. Scipio Ipscio wrote poesy with the beeswax. Plato scratched and John D badged upward to Skiklack, where the genius swells, valleys to rivers, Ab ordained to dwell. I would say that this story insists upon itself. Yes, it insists upon itself. So no, I did not really truly care for it. The Bell in the Sea. This is the one about the guy who's like a priest and he's with the guild and the crew, and they have like a siren song, and he has to like go into the spirit world to fight the like ghost that won't move on. The Waters Above. This one was cute a little bit, where we essentially have this reptilian race that's super intelligent, and they decide to create this artificial habitat that is Earth. And they have some Homo sapiens there, and they are raising them, and there are two reptile creatures that are looking over the planet and making observations. It quickly becomes basically a parable for God and the devil and the Old Testament, where they are making the Garden of Eden and seeing if the humans will eat fruit or not, or if they'll listen to the one alien who tries to go and speak to them like God. That's essentially what the story is, except it's from the POV of like weird alien creatures that are interfering in their lives. We have a little twist at the end where the character that filled the role of the devil believes that maybe humans will become better in time and to evolve. We have on chess, which I didn't really like. Essentially, we have two gigantic beings who rise from the ocean every once in a while, and they play a game of chess, except chess is played with human lives. The people that participate in it are given great rewards. It's very like strict in terms of the social rules that the people play. We just go over the rules of the pieces and the history of it. I thought this was kind of gay and not much of a story and kind of boring, and I didn't like that we really ended on that one. But something to note on the back, which I didn't realize this until I finished Unreal Volume 6, but we have a full back cover ad on Tukey's Mag and Sidebar Podcast. The Thinking Man's Guide to Counterculture and Alt-Lit. Follow on X.com, Substack, YouTube at TookieSmag. We have Tookie, Capitalismo, and Gabe. Yeah, Whitepill Media don't got no back cover ad, no full back cover ad. Oh yes, tSaoil. They're a different class of reviewer. You could say that using words like vermelicitude and ubiquitous, words that we all understand. So yes, I suppose if you want a reviewer who uses words like that, and I use those words as well because I understand them, then yes, you could check out tSaoil. I suppose good for tSaoil. They own Unreal Volume 6. I will note though that I have Unreal Volume 7 right here in my hand. They don't have a back cover ad for it. That goes to Pandemonia. So I don't know what happened there, but I would say I suppose, you know, there are some good ones in here. There's some good stories in Unreal Volume 6, like Phil Roch was entertaining. Savannah, we liked that. Other ones, you know, but again, like pretty mixed. But yeah, a full back cover ad. Ooh, baby, a full back cover ad. I suppose you could say, I'm not sure what exactly should be said in this type of situation.
To the victor belongs the spoils.
Why don't you get the fuck out of here before I shove your quotations book up your fat fucking ass?
I don't know, seeing this, it made me think about things like Double Dealer magazine. They're gone. Double Dealer, we outlived Double Dealer magazine. So hey, I'll take that. We outlived Double Dealer. Other people that are gone, James Craig, that guy's gone. Warren Walker, he's gone. You know, I was thinking we should probably have like a term, right? For like a specific term for crash out. I think that gets overused, but we should have a term for like specifically right-wing indie authors, right? And when they crash out, we should have a term for that. But a lot of people are gone now. There's probably more. Someone should make a record of this, you know, so people know. They should know. Someone should keep a record of everyone. I don't think it'll be, but it should be somebody. Anyways. That is Unreal Volume 6. I think overall the quality was probably a little bit higher than Unreal Volume 5, but I would list both as mixed. You got some good and then some that just sink like fucking rocks, man. I don't know. I wasn't trying to do anything about rocks, water. No, I wasn't trying to go for anything there.
Eirigh Suas story mora waltu dahi Fascal and Daris agus lig me shanti Tabuija lamaka berishjo dovrianti Esta sulcam na nyultin tu me fatnin Nora hiram mafar majin agus jargam am shiar es jargam an walut awalagam legalam Chichen Jora Masvai Jalam Shis Agus Nimsa Milasna Atakasu Liquid Oscar and Doris agus libation tea that we jalamaka village job of BNT is the sultan to
Anyways, now we're on to Scum stories by Jesse Larkin. So, off the bat, I'm going to say I am not really the target audience for this work. I didn't enjoy it. It's a non-recommendation from me, but I'll say I'm not the target audience. So maybe, someone else would like it. It was a quick read. We don't really do full and complete sentences. We don't do punctuation. We don't really do much in terms of like plots or arcs or characters. There's some of that, but not fully. The work is a collection of short stories about pretty evil people doing immoral shit to each other, and that's about it. Her shock value in just saying and doing disgusting things, yeah, okay, some of these stories did succeed and maybe go, oh, gross, that sucks, a couple times. But I would say in terms of like rereadability, would I ever revisit this collection and like, ooh, I remember great character moments in here? Not really. It's sort of like if you had a horror game and you just relied a lot on jump scares. Like it'll get a player the first time, but after that it becomes less and less effective. So no, I didn't really care for these at all. There's also just not much for me to say because it's written in its own kind of fashion, right? It definitely has its own style. Like on page 10, I laugh out loud, period. Next line, what the fuck have you been up to? Ryan says is on its own line. It's all written like this. So again, very fast to read, but I don't know, not a whole lot to grab onto. So I don't have, I'm just kind of flipping through it. I'm just going to go over some of my margin notes, but the first one is about some guys in college. They are a group of friends who pretend to be women online and they fake dirty talk to losers for money, and they kick one guy out of the group and they get some donations from that. On 23, our character is having sex with a woman and he imagines getting fucked by her. My legs hiked over her shoulders like the way she is now. It's the first time I've ever thought that. Breaks up with the girl. Some guy online with the name Red Rum who says that they know where they live. And then maybe someone shows up at the college to murder the boys from online. Next one is about a guy that makes like junk articles online. He loses his job. I just don't overall. I just find the story and the writing to be kind of gross, but he's eating her pussy and then eating her ass. That's disgusting. That's really fucking gross. That's really, really fucking gross. Breaks up with the chick and then hopes that she comes back. And then next, we're on the next story. I'm sorry, there's not a lot for me to go on here. Maybe I should do like a slow down review or whatever, but I don't know. It's fast. Next one was something about like some gay guy in shop class and the teacher was gay. This is like 2 months ago, okay? So give me a little break there. And then, I don't know, they're having like a gay orgy. I don't like it. Next is about a woman who draws furry porn, has an uncle who stares at her inappropriately. I believe the uncle had sex with the niece. That's nice. And then after that, then some guys get a camera and they're recording themselves doing like bad shit around town. Like they're driving around with this crackhead. They pay him to do shit. So they want to copy bum fights but do it better. They set some prostitutes on fire in a hotel room. Believe me, that sounds more interesting than it kind of actually was. doing some kickflip shit. There's some trannies, burn a car. Yeah. It's sociopaths doing bad things, and that's been it so far. We're 107 pages in. Next, we're in the future. Guy meeting up with some shady people in some underground place, illegal facility. These guys are terrorists that want to use violence to like take over the government of Japan. I think that one was okay. A lot of talk of asses in these short stories. Just something that I've noticed. A lot of that. The girl that he's having sex with at like a party says that she was 11 when one of her mom's boyfriends raped her, and she says, "Molest me, daddy," and yeah, that's gross. I get that this is the point. I don't know. There's not much else. Like, she dresses up in the clothes of her 12-year-old sister, and then he has sex with her when she's dressed up like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, hey, it's gross, and that's kind of it. You know, I don't know. I didn't find that there was really anything else. Meets on a girlfriend at a wedding, and I don't know. It's just you can't really empathize too much. He's just not really a good person. There's nothing redeemable here, and it's like, okay, next. Just a series of me going, okay, next. Herbie, this is a POV of a woman. I think it's just she has sex with a bunch of people, one of them being like a former teacher and the teacher's husband. So there's some shit with that. 213, I did like this. One time I saw a mom call her daughter a retard at Target. I wish I was that close with my mom. See, that's good. That's a good line. Has sex with a guy named Satan. That's nice. And then grows some horns at the end. This is good. This is a really good review, Whitepill Media. Thank you. Thank you. You told me so much. Felt like maybe we could have used some sentences, maybe some grammar, maybe some plots. Sort of like, I don't know, if you made a whole movie with Dutch angles and shaky cam, like that's a gimmick, right? That makes you stand out, but I didn't say that it was a good gimmick. I would say the shock value also wore rather thin. Some premises felt okay, but what if there was any substance here? Like, what if you had stories? It just feels like a lot of stories where this chick had a big ass, I came on her ass, we got really high, we did some sociopathic shit, we didn't use commas or periods or anything like that, or dialogue tags. What if you had abortion fruit snacks? Like, abortion is totally legal and free, but you had to turn the aborted fetus into fruit snacks. And then in this one story, the woman got a bunch of abortion fruit snacks and fed it to her elementary school students. Wouldn't that be like wacky? And then they got really hot, and she got super high when she did it. And also some guy was like fucking her and came on her ass. That's a story. What if we had one where you had a living fetus, right? Like, and then you had to kill it with a pizza cutter. That could be something too. There's so many possibilities here. Just maybe a little lacking in creativity with some of these anthologies, like Unreal. I was a little disappointed with some of them. And then Soap Scum, I feel like we could have gone even crazier, right? And we just didn't. I've often wondered for our thing, is it more like Highlander and the prize, and we're all like mythical warriors trying to kill each other to claim the prize and be the best in this micro e-celeb niche of distant riders? Or is it more like that play Cats and we're all trying to reach this heaviside layer? I don't know what the heaviside layer is, but we're all Jellicle cats and we're all trying to reach it. Do you get to reach the heaviside layer as individuals like Jordan Peterson would want us to? Or instead is reaching this heaviside layer born from our collective individualistic effort, like Nietzsche says? I don't know, right? But is this more like Highlander or is this more like Cats? I don't know. Write about that. That's free. You can take that. That's free. Add some dialogue. What about this? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not bullshitting you guys, but there was this black guy one time, and he had a can of Pringles, and instead of opening the can of Pringles, he put the can up to his mouth, and he unhinged his jaw like a snake, and then he put the entire can in his mouth sideways. and me and everyone else in the lunchroom was just sitting there, and it was really awkward. And then a few seconds later, he spit the can out. And you know how there's that like paper cover thing in place for the can to keep the chips from going stale? That was still in place. But when I shook the can, I could hear crumbs, but there weren't any chips left. So there you go. That's free. That's free. That's Soap Scum 2. There you go. You're welcome.
Jigsaw dowsa dows, jigsaw dowsa dam, jigsaw dowsa dowsa dowsa, jigsaw dowsa dam. Garamagoni goni, garamagoni dam, garamagoni goni goni, my ginger in your bed. Jigsaw dowsa dows, jigsaw dowsa dam, jigsaw dowsa dowsa dowsa, jigsaw dowsa dam. Bogele nier, bogele nier a ber, bogele nier, scalino chiao na ban. Jigsaw dowsa dows, jigsaw dowsa dam, jigsaw dowsa dowsa dowsa, jigsaw dowsa dam. Bohol my susje, bohol my susje ber, bohol my susje, scalino stunyelan. Jigsaw dowsa dows, jigsaw dowsa dam, jigsaw dowsa dowsa dowsa, jigsaw dowsa dam. Jigsaw dowsa dows, jigsaw dowsa dam, jigsaw dowsa dowsa dowsa, jigsaw dowsa dam. Jigsaw dowsa dows, jigsaw dowsa dam, jigsaw dowsa dowsa dowsa, jigsaw dowsa dam.
Yendu niu Eirigh Suas, Dheanainn Sugradh Dheanainn Sugradh Aegeon, Dura viachan slán an cattle. Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu niu Eirigh Suas, Dheanainn Sugradh Dheanainn Sugradh nam dusku, nam na shula viachan pasku. Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu niu Eirigh Suas, Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu. Jailun in Aegeon, Gallow shin le shona jarkad. Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu niu Eirigh Suas, Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu. Amur garam rufachan lin, Sikar still a grunchen achil. Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu niu Eirigh Suas, Dheanainn Sugradh Yendu. Harrow Rob, a famous place, mo wage and weedy and gahi. Yenin Sugarish and Yindu, Nero Arias of Athen. Yenin Sugarish and Yindu, Remu Porst and he in the boogie, in the view of Brun and Karsto. Yenin Sugarish and Yindu, Nero Arias of Athen. Yenin Sugarish and Yindu, give the view of Brun and Orla, Remu Porst and Yahi and Gahi. Yenin Sugarish and Yindu, Nero Arias of Athen. Yenin Sugarish and Yindu.
What do we have next? You know what? Let's go a little out of order. Let's save Sacred Times Part 2 and Times of War Part 1 for last. Instead, let's wrap up all of the anthologies. We're doing Aegeon 11 next. So let's just hop right in. This is a collection of science fiction short stories and a lot of familiar names in this one that have contributed. So we will be just flipping through here. I felt okay about this one. I felt decent. Not my favorite, not my best of the Aegeons that I've read. Sorta like Unreal 5, I felt that our opening story, The House Carpenter, which features Donald Trump and a very busty blonde woman, was terrible. It had a very good premise and then it didn't fucking deliver. So I would say I'm mixed on this. Essentially, this is a story about Donald Trump, and magic does in fact exist in this world, and he has magicians that work for him, and they are trying to fight against like leftist magic rituals that are going to destroy the country. And our POV is a young, beautiful blonde woman that's going with Donald Trump as they descend through the White House into this secret realm. And where there's like essentially a Department of Defense, but for magic down there. Her name is Candy. Now, you might be thinking, Whitepill, that sounds like a really good premise. That sounds very, very funny. Donald Trump plus magic is real. There's so much you could do for that. Even if you don't like Donald Trump, and I'm not a big Donald Trump fan, as you might have surmised. However, that premise is funny. That premise is fucking hilarious. You could do so much with that premise. And we did so incredibly little with it. Essentially, it's just Donald Trump, Andy, I think it's Tulsi Gabbard, J.D. Vance was there for a little bit. They walk and they descend further and further into the bowels of the White House, and nothing goes on while they just talk about various magic shit, and Candy is just a fish out of water. There's a creature down there who is like a frog orange creature. It's supposed to be like a parody of Donald Trump, basically. And it essentially does something to Candy to make Candy want to have sex with it. So now she is having sex with the creature, and they are harnessing the energy from them having sex to fight some like monsters or whatever. And then Trump like shoots Tulsi Gabbard in the back of the head because that wasn't the real Tulsi. And we end basically there with this climax. That's it. Like the woman vomits at the end when she realizes she just had sex with this orange frog monster. It could have been funny, but it wasn't. What was the point? It just ends here. I guess it was a sleazy story a little bit, I guess, but it felt extremely weak, right? Like you could have done anything. Donald Trump on a broomstick, like blasting spells in North Korea, or like going after this guy or that guy or whatever, but essentially it was we walk in a hallway for 13 pages, a woman has sex with some frog creature, the end. Okay. Black Cobra, this is better. This is a continuation of the Black Cobra stuff. It's about a guy you describe kind of grimy fantasy. We are tracking a Mexican hit woman named Ximena, and they're involved with some vampires. So Black Cobra fights vampires. They kill a bunch of people. They end up killing the woman, and the cartel knows who Cobra is at the end. So that's all fine. I thought that was a decent story. The Four Horsemen, already read this, already covered this with C.P. Webster. Still a good story. Traits by Brendan Hurd. This one, didn't care for it. Essentially, of a man addressing a large crowd of scientists and such. We have a woman in the audience, and as she is listening to this talk, feels heat emanating from her private area. That's page 62. This man believes that he can experience everything that his past lives experienced, including very simple life forms. Essentially, this is about a woman getting hot, being bothered while this guy talks about genetics. And I don't know, I wish this was an interesting story or actually went somewhere, because we kind of do it twice, right? We kind of do it twice where woman climaxes, that's a story, I guess. It's not that you can't have an erotic story and have it also be good, but okay, a guy babbled about genetic crap, and there you go, that was the end. Begsy, I almost sort of like this. This is about a guy who travels to some remote planet. He ends up becoming a serial killer. Then he gets infected with some strange medicine or whatever, and he cannot die. He lives forever. So he just decides to seal himself up and to meditate. And at the very end, he's all alone and everyone's dead. It's some Buddha stuff. That was okay. We had a little review of Logan's Run. So I ended up watching Logan's Run after seeing this little review here. I didn't really care for it. There were some parts of Logan's Run I thought were fine, but I thought it was just kind of a mediocre sci-fi movie. I'll talk about it at the end when I talk about movies I've seen and stuff that I'm not reviewing. We have the conclusion to Farron's PI. This is the private investigator who's looking into Thought Corp and the synthetic stuff. So the polymer cult, that's it. Essentially, the corporation was making a chip that does not just deny the user his ideas, but makes it so that he cannot conceive them. It makes him not desire anything that isn't Thought Corp approved. Which, sure, for dystopian stories, you're going to run into some similarities. Of course you are. But this does feel like we just maybe more or less took this from 1984, where that is ultimately where the government and Big Brother is edging people towards having a smaller vocabulary so they can't think, that there's any life outside of this. So I didn't love that for our ending. I wish there was something maybe a little more original there. I still thought it was a decent story. We have post-apocalyptic witch hunters. This is a group of tactical soldiers. They are entering into this place. They're dealing with some witches. I thought this is a short one, and I thought it was okay. A lot of the guys end up getting killed by the witches and their magic and such. The Star-wrought blade. We are in Mesopotamia. We have a blacksmith that comes across this great rock, and it speaks to him and says that you were going to turn me into a weapon and make me great. And we follow a series of different POVs where the sword changes hands, and whoever possesses the sword is great and powerful, but some way or another they are killed, and then the sword has a new master. I thought this one was pretty good. I liked it well enough. We had a little comic here about some men, to prove their innocence to the queen, have to go get this stone from a crocodile, and they have to slay each other. And yeah, I thought that was okay. This is also a comic that is just about a woman masturbating, so merely an observation. The Prophet by R.A. Davis, our good friend R.A. Davis. I actually think I like this one. Yeah, I'm not trying to be cute. I'm not trying to be funny, but I do think I enjoyed this one. We have essentially a hermit that lives out by himself. He likes to paint, and his painting is so beautiful and great that the nobility want him to paint their houses and other things for him, and then some of his paintings are prophetic, and this creates a divide in their community where some people want him to be put to death and others view him as this great source, right? The prophet allows him to be killed, but his last painting predicted his own death. We have Max Ryan, fist to fist. So we have Max Ryan, the kind of, I don't know if I would say mercenary, or he's a corporation super soldier who got transported to the world of Ramek. So he and Ramek fight in this chapter, and it's good. It's some very nice fight scenes, and at the end, Max Ryan and Ramek have seen eye to eye, I suppose, and will be working together. The park, this is about an old man who goes out into the park, and he goes to this bench. And this was just okay. It's only a few pages, but essentially this old man goes to the park and speaks with the ghost of his wife, and he's dead at the end, and yeah, it's fine. Infinitely mutating fractals traveling the psychic time string. I didn't really care about this. This is about people that have traveled into the past of Earth. They are here to nurture and guide evolutions, not to destroy, but some of the guys there want to hunt, and they want to find the original father of themselves. I didn't think too much of it. And that was kind of the last one. We do have the Dream God 2, but I haven't even read the first Dream God. I'm not sure if I would. I don't think it's quite something that I would enjoy. So, yeah, I did not read the Dream God 2, the little excerpt from it, because I haven't read the first one. So it just doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to do that. I still like the comics. I still like the artwork. I think this does present some interesting material. I'd say Black Cobra, that was really strong. House Carpenter, that was a pretty bad miss for me. Four Horsemen, good. Banksy was interesting. Farron PI, a little lackluster. And then Starrot Blade, good. Yeah, good enough. Prophet, I like this more than the other R.A. Davis stories that I've read. Max Ryan, good. So, yeah, overall, I would say mixed, but I enjoyed it well enough. Maybe a little less than some of the other Aegeons, but in line with everything else in terms of quality.
Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh.
Mhorag ve gachul duali kuche gagan gruamar tara.
Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh. Demonia Creeley go buelis na hag mamolo ayayara. Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh.
Come on, you creepy go aris na hike me mogra yara.
Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh. Shoot the blue van clock, chisha fossi la molana. Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh.
Hache urum buchen Tyler siki juna maragahi.
Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh. Anal molanan sagayeri hachelia geshti harshta. Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh, Horo Gheallaidh.
anyways, we are on to our last two titles. We have Sacred Times Part 2 and The Times of War Part 1 by M.S. Jones. These are books 2 and 3, and I believe it's called the Chronicles of Heraldry, a series. This is a series of fantasy books. We are set in essentially kind of a fantasy Rome where guns and cannons exist, and in the first book, the opening shot, the thing that got everything rolling, was basically the equivalent of an angel came down and killed their emperor. This was interpreted as the beginning of the end times, so their entire race basically had to marshal and get on the move to go on a crusade to the Holy Lands to prepare for Armageddon, right? I think that's a really good premise. I'm looking it up right now on my phone, and I'm like, how long has it been since I reviewed the first book? Well, it turns out that Welcome to the Trough video was published on August 19th, 2023. So it's been a minute. It's been 2 years to be more precise. It's been just over 2 years. It's actually August 23rd as I'm recording this. So yeah, cool. I remember liking the first book. I think I probably should have flipped through it before I started reading these because it's been over 2 years, and just to refresh myself. And I would say that I did not really care for Sacred Times Part 2. Now, I ordered both books 2 and 3 at the same time, and I decided that, well, since I already have book 3 here, I'll read book 3, and I really enjoyed book 3. I felt that book 3 was probably the strongest written one so far, and that has made me decide to keep going with the series. I did have a good amount of issues with book 2. There's stuff that I do enjoy, but especially in comparison to Times of War, I feel like it's rather weak. It's sort of a kind of a plodding book where not too much happens. I did question how many books are meant to be in this series because these weren't too terribly long. They were both shy of 200 pages, but at least in book 2, it felt that very, very little had occurred compared to book 3, right? And I don't know, I feel like it's probably going to be like a 10-book series or a 12-book series. Yeah, I would have liked a little more oomph with this one. And there are some other issues like pacing and kind of character. And yeah, it just felt like we were kind of dragging out the page count to an extent, and then the book ends. Whereas book 3, it felt like it had a much stronger, kind of sharper, a lot had occurred. I would also say that I wouldn't have minded a recap in the beginning of the book. Well, partially that's my fault because I last read the first book over 2 years ago. But if this is supposed to be a great big series, and I think it is, especially where book 3 is, I don't think it's going to be a 5-book series or 6. It's probably going to be closer to a 10 or 12 or something like that. But I feel like a recap could be nice, especially if the book count for the series is just going to increase. That could be useful just for people oh yeah, this is just a summary of what happened in the last few books and kind of the main points. We do have a map here. The map isn't super easy to read. It's kind of blurry with small text. The map in book 3 is better. The image for it is focused and it's sharp. You can actually read it. It is the same map. Wow. Okay. So, sorry, I'm not doing a bit or anything, but it is literally the same map, and just holding them side by side like I'm doing right now, it's a really, really big difference. I do like maps. The map for the third book is a lot stronger than the map for the second one. Into Sacred Times Part 2, let's just dive in. I would recommend checking the series out. Definitely check out the first book, and if you like that, then I would keep going. As I said, without really getting into spoilers, book 2 I feel like is weaker, but book 3 is pretty damn strong, so I'm happy that I did decide to keep going with the series. So I'll have a link below where you can buy the books if you're interested, but now we will get into spoilers. We begin with Marius and his comrades. They are leaving with the shield of the Patriarch. They are still on the quest, however, to get his sword. He is traveling with Mhuirnin, who is a priest who was sent by basically the Pope to assist Marius on this quest. And also Lorne is here, who is with a tribe of people who live within the borders of the Empire, but they are not well liked. They're basically second-class citizens, and they aren't treated very well. And Lorne has some magic that he can do. And there are also 2 wardens with them who serve the priest, and they don't speak much. They don't have too much in terms of character. Their names are Gerald and Castan. I think our opening is solid, at least where they come across a group of hostile men. They seem like they're scouts. They're able to kill them all, and to get one man that they're going to question later, Lorne ends up killing the one survivor in the night. We're not exactly sure why. He claims that the other guy cursed him, and that's why he had to kill him, but he put everyone in danger by doing this because he put the guys to sleep in the camp so he could, kill him. And they're on their way to the mountain kingdom of Pren so they can go collect the Patriarch's sword and then return to the city. Lorne is very sad and in despair because he doesn't have a tribe anymore. He's been cast out, and he's a seer and such, but what is he supposed to be without his people? He says that he's been lying to them since they first met, and their tribes were not driven out of their lands by winter, but by a great enemy. He describes it as a huge horde that invaded their lands, and they've taken everything, and they've forced their people out and cross into the Empire. So now there's this huge, terrible foe on the march, and they're not sure exactly what to do because their people are supposed to all leave and go to the Holy Lands while there's this new great enemy that's encroaching upon them as they speak. Marius wants to abandon their quest right now and return. So Marius wants to return to the city to warn everyone about what's coming, but the priest won't let him, and he will be declared like an outlaw if he does so because he'd be abandoning his quest. So they have to press on to Pren, and to get to Pren, it's up this mountain, and there's this huge stairway which was supposedly made by the first patriarch or the imperator, right? The guy whose stuff they're collecting right now. So they have to climb up there to do this. They are traveling with some, are they stevedores or whatever, people that bring supplies up mountains. So they're traveling with these people. It seems okay at first, but at the end they get drugged, and it's revealed that they all have prices on their heads, so they're brought up north. And then we have a different POV in chapter 4 with Mhuirnin, who, I'll level with you, completely forgot this was a fucking character. I'm like, who the fuck is Mhuirnin? What the hell is going on? Mhuirnin, he's from the first book. He's some noble from a minor house, and he was forced to go with the mercenary company at the end of the first book, so he's still traveling with them. The mercenary company that he's with has a bad commander who's just kind of lazy and stupid and fat, and they don't know where they're going or why they've been summoned where they're being summoned, but it's far away from the borders of the Empire. So, there's more than one mercenary company that's been pulled away, so it seems somewhat deliberate that all these armed men are being taken away from the Empire while there's this great encroaching threat. So he's just traveling around, and he's trying to see what men are loyal and such, and just perusing around the camp. He ends up summoning some knights who are nearby because they're traveling through the lands of his father and close to it. These men are known as the Marsh Knights, and they're basically not quite outlaws, but they're men who have been punished and are outcasts, and they technically serve his father, but it's kind of a loose loyalty there. And this culminates all within one chapter, but I think the chapter's done well enough where Mhuirnin fights the old commander and slays him, and then Brocard, who is a respected man in the ranks, is promoted to the leader of the mercenary company, and there we go. They're still following the orders that they've been given, but now they have a good commander leading them. Marius and Mhuirnin and Lorne have all been captured. They're being kept in these dungeons, and it seems very, very unpleasant. There's supposedly a Queen of Pren, but they are under the control of someone else called Utur Ra. They are brought before Utur Ra, and he is the Queen's advisor. And somewhat of an issue I have is on page 82. They've been brought before this guy, and this guy's actually cut their gags and their manacles with his long knife, and then he also frees Marius. And Marius thinks Utur Ra, he had heard of this man. His name was a byword for intrigue. His counsel was said to marry the slyness of a snake with the wisdom of an owl, not someone Marius would choose to confront at any time, especially not at such great disadvantage. Marius did not understand his interest in them. So, Marius has heard of this guy. He describes him as a snake and an owl. He's a smart dude. He's not someone to be trifled with, right? And this guy has brought these two men into his chamber where there are no guards. There's some guards outside the chamber, but it's just them inside. Then he uses this knife to free the prisoners, like to cut their bonds, but even though they could totally be bonded and it'd be safer, but he does it for some reason. And on page 83, Marius literally reaches out and snatches the dagger from Utur's hands, and he grabs him, and then he puts the blade to his throat, and there you go. Now they have a hostage. This doesn't line up for me where we have a guy who's supposed to be super clever and intriguing, and then boom, suddenly, aha, now you're our hostage, and it's entirely through his own doing, really. He made the situation much worse than he had to be. Marius and Mhuirnin are able to use him as a hostage and travel through the bowels of the dungeons and to get up to the chamber of the queen and to get an audience with her. It felt far too easy to break free and to take him as a hostage. And in Flarian's chapter, for comparison, he had to plan and to work to get rid of the commander, while this was done rather fast. Less than a page, really. So the description of the man doesn't quite work. He can't really be sly and smart if he can fall for something as simple as this. Maybe you could say that he's arrogant, right? And he believes himself to be so much smarter than these guys that he can't fathom it. But I feel like that type of man really wouldn't have that type of reputation then. You know what I mean? It doesn't quite line up. The queen is intrigued by them and decides to grant them an audience for the next day. Queen's also kind of an evil bitch, and she has a bunch of ladies in waiting that all have knives, and they just like cut a man to death with their knives. And yeah, it's pretty brutal. They're led away to some chambers for the night. Marius has this nice babe with red hair that's like feeding him and also having sex with them, so that's kind of nice. Her name is Gawana. Something else I would have liked is for this to be drawn out a little bit, because he and Gawana, they spent the night together and we just kind of skip. You know, not that I really need like the sex scene, but I mean, he goes on to say that they had talked late into the night. Marius had got to know something about the woman. She had explained like her backstory, her upbringing, and how she came to be a part of court life, and her dissatisfaction with living here. And I feel like it just would have been stronger just to give me like a few pages of dialogue between them, and yeah, I would have felt it a little more. After this, we cut to the next day, and the queen, like to their surprise, says, oh yeah, if you want the sword, you can just take it. And they're shocked by it, but there's supposed to be a ceremony attached to it, so it's going to happen in 2 hours. Gawana tells them after they're dismissed from the queen that the sword is cursed, that several people have tried to grab the sword by now and they've all been killed, so they think that they're going to die. So the queen isn't worried because she thinks that they're just gonna, burst into flames whenever they touch it. So if Mhuirnin is able to survive touching the sword, then he must offer the sword back to the queen, and then you have to leave Pren. It's the only way to survive. And Gawana is also like making a potion for Marius, which should like help him survive if he has to touch the sword or so. They also make a discovery that magic doesn't really seem to work on Marius, and we're not sure why. At least the potion doesn't really do much for him. Another note I have for the book in terms of editing, it appears there are times when like there's a passage of time, whether it be a day, an hour, whenever we're changing the scene, and I believe this is pretty common, or it's at least what I like to do, and that's what I prefer. But there should be spaces whenever there's a shift in time or scene, and there's not. So it'll be two characters are speaking, and then we cut forward a bit, and it's just like the very next paragraph, and that doesn't feel right. Marius grabs the sword and nothing happens. He doesn't burst into flames or anything. Ra is really pissed off. The queen is kind of shocked as well. They are being led to the dungeons again. Supposedly there's supposed to be some feast that night, but there's no way that they're going to be let off the mountain alive. But then Goanna shows up and frees them from the prison by drugging the guards. She promises to help them, but they have to promise to take her away to Miramar, so they agree with that. Oh, also they like slay a dog there, and Goanna gets a puppy because the puppy would die without its mother now. So I don't know, that was a nice little character moment here. They are freeing people from the cells as well. These people are Lorne's people. It seems like they just get, I mean, they are treated like scum, and these people are just being like captured and penned and then used as slave labor until they die. They're the Sunistas, that's right, the Sunistas. Have a few pages of them attacking guards, releasing more prisoners, and then moving throughout the dungeons. I do think we need some better kind of transitions here, because Marius is supposed to be like a big giant group of people, and also Goanna and Livrin, but then suddenly he's all by himself when he is before the doors of the Uther's chambers. So Lorne has been absent this whole time. Well, Uther has said that he's being taken care of by their own healers, and then we find Lorne chained to a grizzly stone altar, and Uther is standing above him, and he's chanting and such, and yeah, he reveals that he's been like draining the life force out of the Sunista people, so yeah, that's what he's been doing. It looks like Uther is going to kill Marius, but then Lorne like gets up and he took the heart of Uther out, and Lorne has also transformed. He says that he tortured his people for years in search of our power without understanding a thing. He thought our power was something he could take from us. He was wrong. Our power is not within us. It comes from the earth and is manifest in us. The power that he ripped from those who died on the altar was laying dormant in the rock, and now it has been given to him. The altar splits, all these ghosts kind of fuse with Lorne, and now, yeah, they gave their power to him, and it taught him many things. Like the other Sunista people call him Kuros Araz, and he even states that he has become the Kuros Araz, the seer chief, and I invite them all to join my tribe. They're supposed to go reclaim their lands and bother their kingdom no more. Kind of a huge shift where Lorne, who was just kind of the seer guy that no one really liked or trusted, he has now become like the chosen one god, not god king, but chosen one king of their people, and he is like a hero and a new hope. It feels really, really easy. He was chained, and he says here on 115, for 2 days he has tortured me, but they gave me endless reserves to resist him. So he's tortured for 2 days, and he wasn't even really in danger of dying or something, because the ghosts of the people trapped in the altar were giving him the strength that he needed to survive it. So I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that 2 days of torture wouldn't be terrible, but it doesn't seem that brutal. And then now he is like their god king, and all he had to do was be chained to a stone for 2 days. I think this could have been drawn out a bit more as well. Like if he had been tortured for weeks and he wasn't being given reserves or something, and it came like at the end. It just feels, yeah, like you've been given like all this power and magic and shit, and frankly, he didn't have to work or do that much to achieve it, and now he's, yeah, like the king of his entire race. So that didn't feel great to me as well. The Sunistas are running back to the Unicorn Waste to reclaim their land, and now it's Goanna, Marius, Lorne, and I believe it's they have one of the wardens. The other warden went to go warn the city. Another of the wardens was sent to go warn a garrison, like a fort, that the enemy, like tribes or horde, was coming for them. We're back with Forian for chapter 8, and it's just them kind of walking around and such. We get some backstory with Forian. He didn't really want to visit his family because he hasn't really won anything like bounty or new lands, so he doesn't really want to visit them when he hasn't achieved anything. Then they're waiting for some transport to take them north, and Forian sees something in a building. It's a giant, a titanic man, and we watch this guy turn into a giant sort of half eagle man, like one of the Justicari. A man who has been transformed into one, and then he crashes through the roof and he flies away with his giant eagle wings, and there we go. So that was interesting. It's not exactly brought up again. I suppose this is meant to be a teaser for the Justicari and kind of their backstory and what's really going on with them, because I don't know, are they like in the legend supposed to be men that were turned into kind of beast men, or is something else going on where they're being created and meant to fill some sort of role, right? And we are on page 133, and basically until page 190, we are with Marius, Goanna, Lorne, the warden, and they are fleeing from Pren and trying to get back to the city with the sword in tow. Out of basically 190 pages book, this is roughly just shy of a third of our total page count is just this section here. Whereas when they were actually in the dungeons and then with the queen and everything, that went from page 75 to page 120. So that went on for 45 pages. So I don't know. It just feels very, very long for what's essentially a chase scene. Whereas we could have used a lot more time in terms of like development. I feel like we had like 80 pages or something for our time in Pren and Goanna and Lorne or not and Lorne, and then just more of that, and with Utara or whatever, in a more elaborate way for how they ended up in the presence of the queen, and then a relatively short like 20 pages or so of them escaping from Pren. I would have liked that more. It doesn't feel quite balanced in the right way to me in terms of pacing. We had something on 136, which I do not like. They're being chased by some guards and they're on a bridge, right? And Marius is on the bridge. He tells the others that he's going to hold them off, and Goanna paused and turned. She was about to say something, but Marius insisted, "Fly, I shall not allow them to pass." And then on 138, he looks behind him and he sees that his companions have made it across the bridge, but they're waiting for him. And then he thinks to himself, "Flee, you fool." Just a bit too much. I think a bridge scene and a guy holding off some enemies pursuing them is cool, and it evokes perhaps Lord of the Rings, but dropping what is essentially pop culture references in your own fantasy work, I don't like it. I don't think it's good. I strongly dislike it. I'm not just reaching because he swings and cuts through a handrail. The blade cuts straight through, leaving twin circles of glowing metal on either end of the cable, which whipped backwards with the released tension. I don't know if we're referencing the Balrog and the whip or not, but the bridge collapses, the guards die, and Marius is pulled to safety. And they find some weird underground like mine cart thing that they travel through, and they fight some people in a bell tower. Also, the sword that they picked up, it seems to have a will of its own, and it really wants him to kill people, and it like ends up in his hand and outside of its sheath without him really realizing it. And they find some secret underground furnace area where there's a bunch of slaves working down there, which frankly is kind of based in Red Pilled, so that was cool. Good for Pren. Oh, and then to escape, there's like a combination, a password that they have to enter. And Marius realizes that 4 of the shapes have been used more than the others. 1, 2, 3, 4, he read. I guess that those are the ciphers of the code, Marius said, but we have no way of knowing the correct order nor what might befall us if we are incorrect. 1342, Gowanna exclaimed. That was the year that Queen Mercy ascended to the eagle throne by Prentish reckoning. It would make sense, Livrin said. It must be a memorable date for your people and would make it easy to remember. Gowanna walked up to the gate and pushed the symbols. For a moment, nothing happened. Then an alarm bell began ringing down the tunnel. Well, so much for that, Marius said. He walked up to the plate and pressed the 4 first symbols in order. And Marius knew that it'd be something simple because simple guardsmen would be the ones opening and closing that door. So that was a nice little scene. We have Marius reflecting on Gowanna here, that she has left her home, her country, her life to follow him. It was not enough to take her to Maramar. He had to keep her safe and help her to make a life there. Would they do it together? Dare he even consider the possibility? I do wish they had spent some more time together because, yeah, she has literally left everything behind to follow Marius. They knew each other for a handful of hours, which... yeah, that it can be like if you're being intimate and close with someone, you can learn a lot about them, but I feel like we didn't really get shown that, you know? Oh, and this was kind of cool where there's like this horrible polluted swamp land. It's kind of this black, disgusting area, and also the heat from the furnaces make like steam vents appear in the ground. It's a good setting. I don't know if like the bridge scene, we were trying to invoke Lord of the Rings and Mordor. If we weren't, then I still think it's a nice scene. And they're fighting some guards, the ground rumbles, and like the steam vents shoot up and kill some guards and such, and then they take some shields and they slide down the pollution mountain, so it was kind of cool. But then we're being chased in the woods, and it looks like they're going to be captured. They have nowhere to run when magically, suddenly, a creature rises out of the water and it kills a soldier, and this distracts the guards long enough for them to escape. It's just too easy here. It's just the characters fall ass backwards into being saved, that it just doesn't quite work. I did have a complaint here that maybe it would have helped for this really long chase scene, and it is quite long, if we had some named antagonists here, even just minor antagonists instead of just faceless soldiers, because I don't know, maybe if Uhtara was here, right, and he like lived for some time and was in pursuit of them, it would like add a little more to the climax rather than just random soldier, random soldier, random soldier. Now, I know what you're thinking. Ooh, well, a monster got them out of a difficult situation on page 169. But on page 171, the warden, whose name I don't even really fucking remember, taken into the shadows by something that we don't even really see. He cries out in horror, and then Marius is sprayed with the warden's blood. I wish I felt something here, but I simply don't. Livrin says that he was a faithful servant. He did not deserve to die like this. But I don't feel good or bad. I don't really recall, oh wow, that was a great scene with that warden. Nothing really, and now he's dead, and it just doesn't really matter to me. I feel like he needed something for the audience to care. Not that it needed to be like huge or dramatic, but a little something, a little something. We get some backstory with Marius and this one province that the Empire was really focused on conquering. It basically became Vietnam and like just very, very bad, and they destroyed the whole land over there. After this, he returned home and he reluctantly became a member of the City Watch, and you know, he did his best to protect the people there. Good, interesting backstory. I'm glad that it's here. But as they're about to reach the city, we have a giant eagle-headed beast appear with a pair of twin swords. This is Marrakesh. So this is 2-for-2 books where we end with a climactic battle against one of the Justicari. Marius is using the Imperator's sword. Livrin is using some of the magic that Lorne gave him, where it's like stone to stone, blood to blood, or however it goes, to do some damage against him. But then, weirdly enough, the eagle mount that the first Justicari from the last book rode appears, and it's fighting Marrakesh and trying to kill him, and the eagle ends up saving them all. It almost looks like the sword is going to kill Gawana because it's like draining her of her blood, but Marius manages to make it stop, so I'm glad that she's not dead yet. And they're able to escape on the eagle and fly back to the city. Some questions are, why are the Justicari fighting amongst themselves? What was that transformation that Florian saw? What questions were answered by the end of this book? I would say really not many. It felt like not very much happened here, probably because a third of the book was just them kind of running, right? I mean, we left the garrison to go to Pren. We get to Pren, we're in the dungeon, then we're fleeing from Pren. We had a few smaller chapters with Florian. The commander is replaced, and they see Justicari transform. I would say not a whole lot happened in this book. Even though it was rather short, it's less than 200 pages, still not much of consequence occurred. So that was an issue I had. It's too slow in terms of pacing, but then it's also really fast in some parts for character development. Especially with Gawana and Pren, I feel like that really needed a lot more time than it was given. And that was kind of it. I probably would have not continued with the series if I hadn't already bought book 3, but reading book 3, I am more invested in the series and where it will go. So now we're just going to get into book 3. As I said, the map in book 3, it looks so much better than the map in book 2.
Ishtadlina Pashtina Richa Hossanurja and Fearin Mamel Kaya Gaskram of Gavila Rakun Rakwala Trapsania Hudi Mena Kraya Kasvishat Slan Raham Jaga Topper until Safar the country's yellow segment of Aegeon Raham Jaga Topper until the deal Shalanda Eadaigh somewhere and Nishtin Jamshin Fastag Taran Jeranolas Warna Mer Tanalin Tilikinchin Kochland Auris is Kochatago Firinya Bakinchit Mar Haluslan Nachan Nortinchin Rahamachaga Toparan Tilsa Farpor the country's yellow second of Aegeon Rahamachaga Toparantil Til Tashatlanda Eadaigh somewhere Rahamachaga Toparantil Safar the country's yellow second of Aegeon Rahamachaga Toparantil Til Tashatlanda Eadaigh somewhere Jinmejanish Jigara Wera Mera the Rocky Moran Til a castle of a jaw the Janet and Fleischer Kshuv on the Grand Tank of Wika Sister Wencha go to Bia Suas, Dheanainn Suas, even at you, Suas, Dheanainn Suas, Raham Chuid, Tobar and Dheanainn Sugradh, the country's Gheallaidh in the French. Raham Chuid, Tobar and Dheanainn, the Clannad like this and Raham Chuid, Tobar and Dheanainn Sugradh, the country's Gheallaidh in the French. Raham Chuid, Tobar and Dheanainn, the Clannad like this and Take me for a walk in the morning, you honey. Take me for a walk in the morning, you today. You can't go walking in the morning, Jude, my love. You can't go walking in the morning, Jude, today. Oh, listen, I hear some morning noise. I know I hear that morning noise. You didn't hear man mourn at all. You didn't hear a man mourn at all. But I know I hear my baby crying, Mama. I know I hear my daughter crying, Mama. You'll never hear your baby cry again. You'll never hear your baby cry again. You'll never hear
We open up in Maramar, where we have Marius speaking to the council, trying to convince them of what he saw. Oh, I think I forgot to mention that he and Lorne used some of his seer vision to like see the hordes that are coming to attack the Empire, and now Marius is trying to convince the council that they need to act. And it's been a week since the events of the second book. Marius explains that his purpose is to argue for a crusade to convince the council of the coming threat. No one wants to join Marius's crusade except for one very powerful noble, Kassan, and there's also a younger Lord Stoirin, who is not a good person, but hey, he's here. But while it seems like the crusade might get off the ground, Livrin shows up and he says the church condemns any attempt to make a crusade. No one is really interested now, except you still have the Lord Kassan and then Solarian, but before anyone can figure out what the hell is going on, the ceiling shatters and chaos erupts. Then we end on a little cliffhanger, and then immediately into chapter 2, we have a bunch of monsters attacking the council, which is now on fire. A bunch of people have been killed already. There are a bunch of creatures attacking the council building. They are winged things. They're kind of, I don't know, they have fur, they have wings, they have, triangular heads with too many eyes. There's also an oval portal thing with shadowy figures on the other side that are like in another realm. It seems like maybe this is related to the horde of people that are invading the Empire because, well, I think when Lorne and Marius went on their seer vision, like that covered some snowy ground, and these people are also kneeling in snowy ground, so I believe it's the same. And like last time, the eagle rushes in like at the end of book 2, and it comes here and it's killing a bunch of the creatures and saves Marius. And for some reason, it has deserted its master, Leton Ra, the one Justicari. They managed to find one creature that's alive. It's kind of fused into the back of the flying creature like a rider. It's supposed to look like a deformed child, which is gross. All it says is the chosen claim the prophet commands, and the one evil noble kills it. That's all we learn. We don't really learn anything else really throughout the entire book, anything about this opening incident, which I think it's a good incident. It definitely gets things moving. It's action packed. It's tight. It's within 20 pages. I think it's, well done. I do think the editing and formatting and such is better than the second book, but a persistent issue that happened for book 3 is at times instead of quotation marks, it makes like other points, they're kind of like horizontal. Alright, this is going to sound retarded. The quotation marks are at the top level of the letter, right? These marks would be like at the center, the middle of letters, and they're like two horizontal, like acute angle arrows. I don't know what they are. They're not quotation marks, but sometimes they're just used in place of quotation marks, and it feels like a mistake. Also, at times, instead of like apostrophe, it will have one of these, but it's singular. So I'm not sure what the deal was there. But it was persistent, and it didn't like ruin the book for me or anything, but I'm like, I feel like that should have been fixed. That kind of really stands out just on the page itself. So despite the church condemning the crusade and everything, the nobles, the two nobles, Kassan and Solarian, are still going through with it. Marius is with Goanna still. She's like working as an apprentice to a midwife. In terms of overstating things, on page 23, Marius is different in the eyes of the fellow city guardsmen because, he did battle with basically an angel and won. He's able to handle these super powerful ancient relics when no one else can without dying. And I think we cover that well enough. Like, Marius awkwardly returns their salutes before turning and leaving without saying a word. But before that, we say their admiration was palpable, but so was the newfound divide between them. You've already said that just through the actions, like an awkward salute. It covers it already, so it still feels like somewhat a little bit overdone. There's some tension between Marius's new life because he has married Goanna and also his desire to go on the crusade, and does he really want to go, but Goanna knows that it's something that he must do because he's a soldier. And while the church has condemned the crusade, there's also something else. There's actually an assassin that night that tries to kill Marius. They are able to defeat him, and now we're with Livron, where he's having some dreams, or kind of, he's seeing things. I forgot that this was in the first book. I really should have flipped through the first book, but they came across the sacrifice where a bunch of children had been killed to release Leton Ra from his ancient prison. Why is one of the Justicari in prison, or were all of them sealed away in prison if they're supposed to be beings that serve the Imperator or whatever? I probably don't remember. It probably does say exactly in book 1 and I'm just forgetting, but I'm like, aren't these basically the equivalent of angels? They're the good guys, because the church and everyone else still seems to hold them in high esteem. So why exactly were they locked away in prison? Maybe I've definitely overlooked something. Livron has some weird dreams, and while he was dreaming, he drew a bunch of symbols that he doesn't remember drawing, and these are heretic symbols. We also have the last warden here, Castan. I think the other one was Gerald, and Gerald died in book 2, and I don't know anything about Gerald. And since there's all this religious fervor and everything going on, there is also a new branch, or well, not a new branch, but this branch of the religious order. They feel out heretics and dispense justice. So we have these two guys, Mhuirnin and Vivier, and I really like them. I think they had some good back and forth on 46, where Mhuirnin speaks. He's the head heretic finder. And Vivier always just adds or repeats what Mhuirnin has said on 46. So I think that's good. They're not really big. They don't really do a whole lot in this book, but they are minor antagonists that stand out a little bit on the page. So yeah, I thought that was done well. The Patriarch also reveals that Marius is not the only one with such an ability, meaning that other people could also touch these relics and not be affected by them. Next, we're back with Marius and some other men, and they are having a lot of trouble recruiting for the crusade because the church has condemned it. I do like Stoirin on 56 saying, "Bloody peasants disturbing my breakfast." Stoirin yawned as he rode the short distance to join Kassan. Very good. However, on the very next page on 57, Stoirin says, one more peasant, he sneers. Stoirin demanded, "This place reeks of commoners." I don't know. There is a balance between character traits where Stoirin is kind of this prissy noble that looks down on everyone, but then it's overstated and it kind of he's kind of flanderized right out of the gate, where sure, there's definitely people who are elitist and classist, and Stoirin definitely someone like that would exist, but it can also be overstated and ring false, right? So yeah, that's sort of an issue I had, and I feel like at other points we do show Stoirin's character well in his worldview, because he has a big extravagance tent and whatever at the camp, while everyone else is more simple and things like that. So yeah, we can still be overstated at times. Marius gets promoted to Sergeant Major, and he has 12 days while they're on the march to go reach this fort that they're going to reinforce, to turn the men into soldiers. So that's what they're doing. There's a little band of men, Artemans and his crew, who are riflemen, and they're a little different from the other volunteers because they have more experience. I do like that there's something pressing to move along the plot. Like Marius is always thinking, I have 12 days to make them soldiers. I have 11 days to make them soldiers. 10, 9, 8, etc. So we're counting down to something. It felt like in book 2, while we're running away for a rather long period of time. Like, I don't know. This feels more pressing somehow. Even though in book 2, they're being like chased and they're fleeing for their lives. This feels more pressing, like things are moving along, while the other one, it's like running into this tower, there's this minecart thing that can take us to a place, oh, there's this furnace thing, now we're on Garbage Mountain, now we're in some jungle, there's some unnamed monsters that kind of saved us, and yeah, I don't know, this is better, I feel like. There was something, so I did have a rather severe complaint about the second book and the Lord of the Rings reference. I'm not 100% sure here, I might be reaching, but Artemins and his people, Marius comments that their guns don't look like regulation. Also, one of the guys in Artemin's crew who is big and he has like a special gun, which is kind of a sort of not quite a shotgun, but something like that. It just sort of reminded me of the show Sharp with Sean Bean. I will say that if it is a reference to that, I think it's more or less fine. It's not overstated and overdone like the first one, where I believe anyone who has seen the Lord of the Rings movie would immediately pick up on that. But I think for this, it's more perhaps just referencing, you know what I mean? Just like the air of it, sort of kind of a wisp of it. It's not just in your face. This is supposed to be reference to Sharp, and it might not be. It's just something that I sort of felt was there, but maybe not. And they still don't have a lot of men for the crusade, so they're going to have to take penal troops, and this is really upsetting to Marius because he's put a lot of men away in jail over the years, and he doesn't trust them or thinks that this could work at all, but he's just outvoted. They have to do this. Then we're back with Livrin and Castan, and they are in the crypt. They are trying to get the sacred relics and flee the place because Livrin is going to be found guilty by the heretic finders and put to death, and Gaston has decided to save him. They also find some weird statue in the basement of like the under, and I guess I don't know if I would say dungeons, well, the crypts, right? The crypts of the cathedral, where it's this huge statue with gaping jaws and bejeweled eyes leering down at them. There's a large pit between it, and yeah, there's evidence of human sacrifice there, and the statue seems to be far older than the cathedral itself. So Livrin and the warden are outcasts now, and they'll be, hunted and put to death if they're found. So they are fleeing to go join the crusade, but they have the sacred relics with them. And after that, we're going to the prison to go try to recruit some people. And one of the men there is actually responsible for killing his friend during the incumbents parade. And there's just a lot of familiar faces from Marius, none of them good. A lot of these men are crime lords, and they're very sophisticated and intelligent, and it definitely seems like they have their own order, and they're definitely going to cause trouble for the Crusades. They're not just petty felons, but they're dangerous and capable. But again, he is overruled. They simply don't have the numbers, so they're forced to take these penal prisoners, and they chain them up in groups of 3 and try to split them up as best as they can, but there's still a lot of them in the army now. I thought this was good. Marius feels that the men aren't being properly trained on the march. So he decides at the very least he's going to ensure that his men are going to be trained properly to fight. So he forces them into this really harsh exercise where he makes them, go through this marshy swampland and charge up this slope. And he has cannons fire, splattering the men with blood and such. Some of the men scream and they just stare at horror at everything. Some of the men charge up the hill, and then he just smacks them aside with his sword, and Yeah, I thought this was excellent. I thought this was a really good scene. It shows Marius' character. It's like builds up his troops. Yeah, very well done. We also use scene breaks more in between the paragraphs. That's another like editing thing that I noticed that I think is definitely an improvement over book two. And shocker, I know, but the penal prisoners ended up going rogue and trying to kill everyone in the middle of the night while men were celebrating. But however, the soldiers are able to overcome. The punishment for this is decimation, which is super cool and based where, yeah, it's 1 out of 10 guys get beaten to death by other soldiers, and yeah, awesome. And then we have a chapter with Forian, which is kind of not shocking, but well, maybe a little bit. It comes like rather late into this book, but yeah, we have a chapter of Forian. I did like this on 124. Forian is bored. They've been stranded here at the shore for 5 days with nothing to do but drink. You must have searched high and low to find the most homely camp followers in all of Karen, so even the pleasures of the flesh are an unappealing prospect, he added. They are washerwomen and cooks. Many of them are married to soldiers. They are not whores. Brossard snapped back, annoyed by Forian's disrespectful attitude. I wasn't intending to pay them, Forian muttered under his breath. Good, 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 good. And then things get bad really fast where some ships approach and they don't know what the hell's going on, and it turns into a full-fledged battle where a bunch of barbarians just jump off the ships and come to attack them on the shore. They also have a mage over there, and there's a battle between the barbarian mage and their mage, and there's this huge wave that they're pushing back and forth. They use cannons and such. It's a good battle, and yeah, they're a little surprised by it because whoever these people are, they weren't really expecting a fight. They thought that they would be caught unawares and just slaughter them. Zeller, the leader of the Marsh Knights, says, what if you have been paid to ensure that you were not where you could make a difference to draw you away from the march to Exandris? And Forian also thinks about how did these seemingly random pirates or attackers even know where the hell they were. It's all very convenient. Forian is trying to get the men to abandon waiting here for transport and instead march south to join the faithful, and these ships appear at the very last moment. They press the captain, who shows up, and the captain reveals that he has been paid directly from the imperial coffers, a contract signed by the marshal himself. So that's one little mystery revealed, that, okay, the Empire itself paid for this, and apparently they also didn't pay for a return journey back home. And this was something on 135 that I 100% did not fucking remember in the slightest, but this is Forian's thoughts ever since accepting payment from that mysterious stranger to waylay the watchman Marius in the streets of Miramar. Forian felt that his decisions were no longer his own. Did this happen? Alright, it's been over 2 years, but so did Forian reveal back then that, some mysterious guy paid me to waylay you, or is this the first time that this information has been presented that he did this deliberately or such? I forgot how Forian ended up with the group. I just thought after Marius, Livrin, and the Wardens left the city that they came upon Forian at some point, and also Lorne, but I guess they met Forian in Miramar. My bad. I'm like, what the fuck? What does Forian have to do with that? Livrin and the Warden have appeared. Also, they brought Goanna with them, and Goanna reveals that she is pregnant with Marius's child. So, this was good with Solaran on 144. Give her a couple of gold merins and send her on her way, Solaran said, looking Goanna up and down with contempt. Pretty as she is, you don't want to be saddled with her bastard for the rest of your life just because you couldn't keep your dragon in its den. She gets sent away again, but this time to Lord Kassan's lands where she can be safer than she would be in the city. Livrin thinks that perhaps the Grand Patriarch is trying to force the end times to happen. that he wants this great event to happen in his lifetime, so they're misreading some of the signs and trying to like falsely create the signs to trigger this before it's supposed to happen. And in Livrin's vision, he also saw one of the Justicar leading them, and another one, Kolsar the Betrayer, will be unleashed. So I don't know if that's a Justicar itself or some other figure in the Pantheon, but I forget. Our last chapter is the Walls of Erstfjord. This goes on from 154 to 171. Just to make a comparison between how long they were running in, the end of book 2, like about 60 pages or so. And here, this is a tighter 20-page chapter where they arrive at Erstfjord. They're already under siege and about to lose to the invading horde, and there's this great battle scene where they rush in and end up saving the day, and I'll discuss the chapter in greater detail, but just in comparison, there's so much going on within these 20 pages that it feels great, it feels excellent, it flows well, good pacing, whereas 60 kind of lagging, unengaging pages. So for me, it was like really huge improvement between the end of the last book and then this, So things are looking grim. They're rushing to get to Erstfjord in time to relieve the garrison there. Some of the men sing a bawdy tune, which it sounds innocent on the surface, but it is most certainly not innocent. My old ragged staff. I will not sing any of the lyrics. They're rather badly outnumbered, but if they don't rush in to try to relieve the garrison, then the fort is going to be lost, so they have to act before they're ready. Stoirin is an idiot with the cavalry and withdraws and gets things out of order. They use like pike formations to challenge the cavalry, and then they have to get in the trenches and fight hand to hand with rifles and such. Marius is using the great sword, even though like it's pretty dangerous and it sort of has a will of its own. And it's a good battle. It's tense. They're able to win. And while this is a great victory and they've saved the garrison there, the force that he had seen in his vision was far larger than the one they had fought tonight. So, yeah, they've, maybe taken a chunk off the enemy, but the enemy is still out there. They're very powerful and much more numerous, and apparently they're going to be led by a Justicari, and then maybe this Betrayer guy is with them, or that's going to be just its own threat as well. I thought that they would have met up with Florian by the end of this book, but I think Florian is probably going to be doing his own stuff, at least for a whole other book, if not more, before he links up with these guys again, if ever. I thought it was far better than the second book. I think a lot of really strong improvements overall. Like, I was really impressed. I'm not like bullshitting or anything, just genuinely the quality greatly improved. Some type of recap at the start of these could be useful if, like I believe, there's going to be a lot of books in this series. From what it seems like, I don't think it's going to be a 5-book series or even 6. It's probably going to be more than that. It could be less, but just from how it's going and how much has been resolved, it feels like it's going to be pretty damn long. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, a little recap could be good. I was like I was honest about my thoughts on the second book, and I was also honest about my thoughts on the third. So yeah, definitely willing to read more in the Chronicles of Heraldria. Definitely check out the first book, and yeah, go from there.
Certamente passerà qui su di me, sicuramente non mi rimarrà quasi niente, tornerò alla verità, ma voce suonerà, suonerà. Chiaramente poco tempo durerà e velocemente l'impazienza prima o poi scomparirà nella mia mente, tutto si cancellerà, però latente la tua voce giocherà. Aspetto qui, aspetto il temporale, aspetto che questo caldo arrivi alla fine, non riesco a dormire. Aspetto qui, aspetto il temporale, aspetto che questo caldo arrivi alla fine e mi faccia dormire. Certamente passerà qui su di me immediatamente. Io mi scorderò di te completamente, tornerò alla realtà e lentamente la tua voce se ne andrà. Aspetto qui, aspetto il temporale, aspetto che questo caldo arrivi alla fine, non riesco a dormire. Aspetto qui, aspetto il temporale, aspetto che questo caldo arrivi alla fine e mi faccia dormire. Aspetto qui, aspetto il temporale, aspetto che questo caldo arrivi alla fine, non riesco a dormire. Aspetto qui, aspetto il temporale, aspetto che questo caldo arrivi alla fine e mi faccia dormire. Non riesco a dormire e mi faccia dormire. Non riesco a dormire. Aspetto qui, aspetto.
Now we're at our extremely long outro, which I'm sure everyone was super looking forward to, right? This is what everyone wanted, of course, of course. What to bitch about first? One, yeah, 100%. I've decided that going forward, I really need to limit these videos to like five books, or maybe if they're really short, like 6, just so I can get them out faster. They're easier to edit and record, and it's just less stressful for me. Just like recording audio for 11 books that I'm covering, and I tried to like record all of it on Saturday, and it was a fucking miserable experience. And this is Sunday evening, very late, where I'm wrapping it up, but still not enjoyable. So yeah, I definitely will change things up going forward. What else? People I want to bitch about on YouTube. Okay, I don't know if any of the Anglos or people on our side know this, but Scrum Monkey, right? Scrum Monkey, they were two English guys who were like on our side and such, and I used to listen to their stuff. In the last video, they made some like pronatalism, why just have kids doesn't work. I don't think all their points were exactly incorrect, but it was like revealed, and they didn't deny it in the comment section, that they are homosexuals, they were phanoics. I had no fucking idea. Jesus Christ, the fucking Anglos, you fucking Anglo motherfucking fuckers. Son of a bitch. Are you kidding me? Fucking Christ. Please, no gay people, Jews, no browns. Just god damn it. Is this so fucking hard? Is that so goddamn fucking hard? Son of a bitch. like, even if they're saying some stuff that I agree with, and I'm not going to say, like, oh, you know, I disagree with everything that they said in the past. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. But you could agree with someone on 99% of things, but if one thing that they believe that you don't believe in is like, yeah, man, trans kids makes sense to me. It's like, all right, fuck off. You know, like, there's nothing to talk about there. I don't know. I don't like it. Also, not to be too much of a bitch. Well, no, let's be a bitch. Let's be petty. Zoomer Historian, I like a lot of what he does, but then in one of his last videos, he's like crying about Donald Trump almost being shot. And then also in the same breath, talking about Nick Fuentes almost being shot. It would have been funny if he'd been shot in Chicago. I'm sorry, but that's funny. I don't get it. And not an Anglo, but unfortunately, a Scotsman, Old Sterling. Boys, I'll admit, I'm fucking jealous. I'm a little fucking jealous. I wish I had done this, but basically, this guy, he made some videos recently, like a month ago, about Murdoch. The first one, 72,000. The next one, big drop off point, but 15,000, 10, 6, 16, 6.9. So he's milking it and whatever. Motherfucker, we should have done some Murdoch content on this channel. That was a mistake. That was a fucking mistake. Also, in one of his videos at the end, he asked to like go on Synthetic Man's channel, which I don't know. Fuck you, I guess. I mean, the guy is like openly a homosexual, and I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Is this such? I don't think this is purity spiraling bullshit, but it's, you have a guy that pretends or claims to be on this side. It's like, well, you shouldn't be gay, right? Like, you shouldn't be gay, right? You shouldn't be gay. You shouldn't be gay. So I think that's, I don't know. It's all bullshit. Like, how can you claim to be right wing or whatever, and then also I'm gonna beg to go on some guy's channel who's an open homosexual and such, and somehow, I don't know, we own the libs in this way, I suppose. So just people that Whitepill wants to bitch about, you're welcome. You're not allowed to like these people anymore. They can't sit here. They can't sit at our table. Do you understand? Not okay. I think I've kind of had my little crash out. Whitepill Media's had several crash out. 9/11 happened several times this year alone. But yeah, I don't know. I feel better, I suppose. In some ways, I kind of know my place in this thing now. I'm really not going to be any type of big time YouTuber or anything. One, I just don't think I have the mentality or like the energy for it. I'm probably, yeah, I don't have it in me where I could like upload several times a week, and I feel like you kind of really need to do that to get a bigger audience, or maybe that's me coping, but it feels like that's a strategy you have to do, and I don't have it. So I still think that, yeah, I'm still going to review books, indie games, and stuff for our side of things, and just be kind of on the outskirts and be a very, very small channel. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe there is some value in like reviewing, even poorly reviewing these works and just having that out there and reading them. So I'm still going to be doing that. Yeah. And then like maybe some movie reviews. Not really wanting to do video game reviews. That's too much effort. But I understand now. I know, yeah, I know my place in this thing.
I get it! I get it!
Some shit that I saw recently that none of these were worth a review. I was thinking maybe I could have like a, I don't know, like a short-ish videos on like, hey, here's all the shit I watched this month or over the past few weeks, and you know, none of these individually deserve a review, but yeah. Logan's Run, they don't really bother to establish a world or a why things are the way they are. It was a sci-fi movie where by the time you reach 30, you're killed, and you have runners who try to flee the system, and Logan is a Sandman whose job is to hunt down people who are trying to flee and, not be sacrificed. Some okay parts to it, but I didn't love it. I didn't feel like it was really worth the review. The Valachi Papers. This covers some really interesting stuff in the mob. This Valachi was the first one to turn government witness for against the mafia, and he was a made man. It covers some really interesting pivotal moments and such, but it's such a broad expanse of time that you don't really get a feel for a lot of things. So ultimately, I feel like it's just there's probably several good movies within like this time period of a guy. Like he was around before even the commission and the creation of the five families, and then after that up until like the 60s or so. But no, I don't think it was great. Mean Streets, this is a Martin Scorsese movie. We actually have Richie Aprile. We have Harvey Keitel, and I think there are some other guys, but it's kind of a experimental movie where Richie runs a bar. We have Harvey Keitel as a kind of a guy who runs numbers for his uncle who's in the mafia. Oh, Robert De Niro is there too. He's a degenerate kind of gambler guy. And it's sort of a film about nothing without much of a plot, and it's just kind of characters doing character things. But unfortunately, I don't think our characters are too good or compelling, so no, I don't like Mean Streets. Crashers 1996. This was bizarre. This was just a really terrible movie. It's about people that get off to car crashes. It's sleazy, it's bad, it's not interesting. Even if you're like, oh man, I really want the sex scenes, this isn't the movie for it. This just fucking sucks. But analyze this. This is with Robert De Niro and Billy Crystal. Okay, so it's about a mob guy that goes to see a therapist because he has panic attacks. Yeah, not making this up. I only saw this because I had watched The Sopranos recently, and in some of the extra content they brought up analyze this. So I'm like, that sounds really weird. I want to watch it. It's not a good movie, not in the slightest. It's not interesting or funny or whatever. But it is an interesting connection to Tony Soprano and the Sopranos in general. They have a few like minor Soprano actors in there as well, and this is before the Sopranos even really got big or got started really. So kind of interesting. I also watched Swingers. This is with Jon Favreau because Jon Favreau was in The Sopranos, and he's like talking with Christopher about Swingers that he did, and this was okay. Jon Favreau is a guy who just got out of a very serious relationship, and his friends are trying to get him back in the game and dating again, and he's like a failed comedian, and I thought it was okay. I probably wouldn't watch it again though. Outlaw Star, I wrote a series of violent schizophrenic tweets about it, and no, I'm not really a fan of it. And then we had Dancing at Lugnasa. This is an Irish movie, and it has Meryl Streep and some other people, and it's about this family of poor women who have the guy who played Albus Dumbledore, like the second Dumbledore. He is their uncle or brother, sorry, their older brother who's come back from Africa, and he was a priest, and he's not all there mentally. One of the sisters in the family had a bastard son, and the father is kind of present in the kid's life, and the dad's name is Jack. And he's actually going off to Spain to fight Franco, ... for democracy. Just go fuck off. The priest also says that the Catholic Church would be for Franco with a smirk on his face. Look, even if you're not like a Christian or you're not big on Catholics, the idea that you unironically would support the communists in Spain is fucking insane. It just felt like another kind of jerking off to tragedy Irish movie, and just not very good. So no, none of these really felt great. I didn't feel like doing a video on any of them really. But maybe I could have made a 30-minute audio like, here, I'm going to bitch about these for 30 minutes or something. So maybe that's something I'll do in the future. And just so that way there'll also just be more content coming out, even though I don't know. Oh, yes, you boys obviously wanted an update about the whole Ireland trip thing. So I finally got my money back from the Ireland trip from all the guys. I had to ask for the money myself, despite being told that it would be handled. When we got back, one of the guys was like, hey, I'm gonna, get everyone's information about who owes what for everything, and I'll compile this, so I'm gonna take care of it. An entire month goes by after we return and after that message, and there's no progress. So then I say, hey, this is what everyone owes me. Here's some screenshots of like the charges to my credit card. So everyone just subtract what I owe you and then send me the money that I need. So yeah, I had to get the ball rolling. I was worried that in particular one or two people would not pay me, but everyone did pay me. So I got my money back. This was shotgun money for Whitepill Media. Like I would have gone to someone's house with the shotgun, and yeah, it was killing money. That's not a Fed post, but hypothetically, in a self-defense situation, I would kill for that amount of money. Also, Tax Planet came through. I guess I was a tourist and just spending a certain amount of money in certain shops, you would get like a tax refund, and you could just like drop off these papers at the airport, and it's free money. I fucked up in the airport and I walked past the area where you were supposed to drop the forms off, but they took care of it. Like as I was boarding the plane, I'm like, hey, I'm super sorry. Could maybe you or someone else drop these off to Tax Planet? And this Irish chick's like, yeah, we'll see. So I wasn't expecting it at all, but I got it back, and yeah, it was a decent amount of money. So that was very nice of them. And what else? I ordered some black pudding and some other stuff from Jolly Posh Brits or Brits Are Us. I don't fucking know. It's a British like expat company in America who have like British and Irish foods because they won't like ship them from overseas because it's like meat or whatever, and it's like impossible otherwise to get black pudding in America, which is really gay. So I've had some. It's pretty good. It's not as good as it was over there, but I still enjoyed the taste, and I'll probably always order some. Like, I don't know, it's just bizarre to me. It's like, oh, it's made with pig's blood. Okay, I never got sick over there when I had it. I had it basically every day. White people have been making this for what, thousands of years? But it's unsanitary to do so here. But however, we can import 65 IQ non-whites making fast food that don't wash their hands. That's safe. That's hygienic. Red dye 40, you're good to go. Whites with black pudding? Oh no, dude, that's not good. Oh, sorry. No dice. What else? What else was I gonna subject everyone to today? Oh, business ideas. Okay. This is like the creative effort of like 2 weeks. Just at work. I got nothing else to think about. But prepare yourself, because we could use a little seed money to get this up and running. Starburst, but it's a candy bar? Imagine, if you will, you're out of breath, your hands are shaking from diabetes, and you're struggling to unwrap your little Starburst candy, and you throw it down in frustration. You give a great big huff, and certainly there could be a better way, can't there? Basically, what we need to do is the average American is too lazy, fat, and ugly to individually unwrap all their Starburst candy. But imagine if you just combine like 50 Starburst into one candy bar and it was all just stuck together and you just had to unwrap like one thing, just one wrapper to get to it. There's definitely a market there. We could make money. We could make a lot of money. So that's about like 2 weeks of, thought going on. So yeah, you're welcome. Another thing is, how, all right, this is for the Southerners, right? We'll make up for mocking the Southern accent not too long ago, but You know how after the Civil War, a lot of bitching and crying about those carpetbaggers and stealing all this Southern wealth, right? What if we had a business model called the Rebaggers, and we would go around bringing carpets back to Southerners? But there's always a catch. It's always inconvenient to the Southerner. Like, you know how it first happened? It must have been inconvenient for Southerners to have their carpets stolen the first time. So when we give the carpets back, it also has to be somewhat inconvenient. Like you're in a grocery store, you're reaching for a carton of milk, wham, you get hit with a carpet around the side of your head. You're welcome. You're trying to pick up your kid from school, and then like, the van opens up, you hear them get buckled in, and you pull away and you're driving home. You look in the mirror. That's not my kid. That's a carpet. My kid's still back at school. You and your wife are trying again, and then you look down, and then to your horror, you realize that's not my wife. That's a Gothic carpet from the 1830s. Southerners would appreciate that. They might like bitch and gripe, like, oh, can't you just give me our carpets back, and have it be convenient? No, too simple. They wouldn't appreciate that. The Southern people, they like a little finesse. They like a little spice. Other business ideas. Unfortunately, I've watched some YouTube slop videos lately. They're all fucking terrible, but like the ones where like people stay overnight in grocery stores or just places that they're not allowed to sleep at, and I don't know, they're kind of entertaining even though they are just like terrible. Most of them are fake and bullshit, but some of them are kind of real, and I don't know, there's something there, right? But what if instead of like staying overnight at a grocery store, you raised the stakes and you stayed overnight in like a Holocaust museum, and you're like exploring the Holocaust museum? That's not bad clickbait. That's also like story fodder for fucking Unreal Press. Something a little more interesting than Fog Valley. A group of kids go in and they're like trying to do the challenge in a Target or something, and then like, what? There's some guy that's been living here and doing this challenge for like a decade? That's fucking weird. I'm throwing it out there, okay? Fog Valley, it was really bad and it stayed with me longer than it should have. I'm still angry about it. Maybe that's what this channel needs. Maybe I shouldn't be like reading and reviewing right-wing indie lit. Maybe I should be staying overnight in grocery stores or Costco or something like that. Or, we combine them and it's like me reading, like, people would pay for that. Like, like showing off Aegeon 12 to the camera as I'm illegally reading it, like hiding out in a Costco. That could be cool. Yeah, we could do that. Take sponsorship money for it. So this video is kind of delayed. It's really just my fault. There's actually like literally no one to blame but me for this, and also just making the video longer than it should have been, which is actually just my fault. But part of it is because this was my last week at work. I ended up quitting last week just a few days ago, and just for like the months and weeks leading up to this, I knew I was quitting for some time, just kind of worried about like the future. There's some anxiety there. I'm going back to school. I'm actually starting tomorrow. So it's trade school. I think it'll go fine, but there's just this kind of, I don't know, this feeling that I should have been doing this shit like 11 years ago when I was 18. I am doing it now, and I just feel like, I don't know, like a fucking loser, right? I'm going back to school. It feels like kind of gay, even though I don't really like my job. I didn't get a raise. I haven't gotten a raise in about 2 years or so. Cost of living has really increased in that time. So I feel like things would just kind of get worse for me if I just stayed where I was, but there's still, this hesitancy to like start fresh, start new. And then it's like, okay, I had to quit my job. I'm going to have to find like part-time work, which I think I will find, and that'll be okay. But I don't know. It just doesn't feel great. And this has all been kind of like weighing me down. And then it's just, very shitty long work weeks, and then like for the weekends, even though I have stuff to do like working on videos or writing or whatever, there's plenty for me to do. I just kind of do nothing, or I just sort of watch YouTube and I'm just like trying to avoid doing anything. I think it's gotten a little better, but I don't know, like just trying to like sleep the weekends away, and that's, yeah, not good. So, like, geez, man, I was the guy who is a nothing ever happens guy, suddenly wanted a happening to occur in Ireland or somewhere else so I wouldn't have to face reality. Geez, the race war is kicked off in Ireland. I have to drop everything and go die in Ireland. Of course, this didn't happen. There's no race war for me. And it was very gay and cringe. And now I have to face reality and go to fucking trade school. It's such bullshit. Fuck the Irish. Fuck the Paddies. Sure, the English and the Scottish, they're kind of gay. Yeah, okay, allegedly they gave me all that tax refund money that they didn't have to. But they didn't also kick off the race war. I would even settle for a race war in England, and I'd be happy to go die in England rather than face reality. There you go, Unreal Press. There you go. I'm just full of really good story ideas. Man wants a happening to occur so he doesn't have to face reality. Geez, I can't go to couples therapy. Something might kick off, the race war, baby, come on, you know this. What? Little Samantha has a middle school recital? Come on, I don't have time for this shit. What, she's graduating from college? Come on, I don't got time for this shit. I'm supposed to dance with her at her wedding? Come on, I don't got time for this shit. And so on and so forth until he just like dies alone in a nursing home. Very base. And then at the end, like a happening would be happening. That's poetic. That's Shakespearean. You're welcome. And just leading up to this, I was, applying for some stuff, like at a union hall. And applying for the union hall, it's, hey, we're going to let you know within a month. So for an entire month, I was anxious for nothing. I really wish that I got it like every day. Every like robocall that I would get, I would check it out, even though it was always a robocall, because I thought maybe that's them. I never got an email. I never got a letter. I didn't get it. I really wish I'd gone on with them. There were some other jobs where I passed like the preliminary round for employment and then nothing. So it's just kind of a whole shitty month where I just felt like terrible all the time because I'm like, really hope I get it, really hope I get it, really hope I get it. And then, I just never did. Oh well. And I don't know. Like, I'm kind of like, I'm happy that I left work. It was just kind of a shit place. Like, it was bullshit, the reason they gave me for not giving me a raise. And I would be more productive, bring in more than some of the other guys there, and a lot of the other people that work there. There's just like so much passive aggressiveness, and I'm dealing with guys. I'm like the youngest guy there, but these are guys that have like a decade on me, and it's like it's fucking high school, But even high school, I don't think could be this passive aggressive and petty. It's like, Jesus fuck. A lot of the guys were white trash too, and I don't know, I just thought they were kind of shit. This was a few weeks ago where it was a rather long day. It was about a 14-hour day, and then I was in some kind of mediocre hotel, and it's 9:30 at night, and I'm eating dinner, and it's a bowl of oatmeal, and I thought to myself, perhaps life could somehow be better. Just too many nights like that, too much bullshit like that where I'm salary, and believe you me, if you're like done early on some days, your work will flip the fuck out and be very upset with you. However, they will never bitch or complain if you're doing a 12 and a half or a 14-hour day, then that's fine. That's normal, right? Fuck you. This is standard. But if you've gotten everything done and you're just efficient, they're going to bend you over for that. You have to, just little shit like that, you know. And sometimes like the hotels they would put you at would be like kind of rat's nest. Like this one time, right, this was a couple weeks ago. I'm tired, it's been a long hot day, I go up in my room. It seems normal at first. I flip on the light switch, and no bullshit, guys, there's a fucking guy in my room. He's staring right at me. And this guy just starts screaming, and he's screaming, and he's screaming. I don't know what to do, you know? And people are banging on the walls and the door, like, shut up, shut up. And I'm like, I want this guy to shut up. I want this fucking psycho to get out of my room. And eventually, you know, like, I turned around and he was gone, you know? I was about to, like, call the front desk, but yeah, the psycho left, thankfully, but Jesus, you know, after a long day, I really need some psycho in my room screaming like that. Crazy stuff. Oh, no bullshit. I'm not bullshitting. This is an actual real story that actually did happen at work. This was legitimately a few weeks ago, but I'm staying at a not good hotel that has a lot of homeless nearby, and I'm going out to my vehicle in the morning. And I'm just, you know, I'm going around, I'm checking things, I'm getting ready for my day. And out of the woods, because there's a lot of homeless people that sleep in the, like, the little woods nearby, is a shirtless guy. And in one hand, he has like a piece of wood that you would use for whittling. And in the other hand, he has a rather large knife. For a second, I just thought he's going to stab me to steal the truck and everything in it. I'm like, I'm going to die here, right? And I thought, run back to the truck, lock myself in, run to the hotel, or what? Or maybe I fight this guy or what? But the guy's not even looking at me. He's like talking to himself, and I'm just kind of frozen, waiting by the truck. And eventually he just like walks towards the like intersection, right, up from the hotel. And it's just, Jesus Christ. Just coworkers I don't like as well. We had like a really bad kind of heat wave for a while where it was over 100 degrees, and I was the only one out doing shit that day. The other guys were doing shit like back at the hub at the warehouse, which basically means doing fuck all day, right? And just getting back, and no one's really helping me, right? But they will deliberately go slow. And then when they get back, they would expect or really kind of demand help from you, but it's never really reciprocal. And I couldn't fucking take it anymore, right? Just little shit like that. Getting up at 5 a.m. some weeks so my boss can go, today we have a safety meeting, and every other fucking word is with him. I know I have my own verbal tics and such, and I know that, sure, that could be kind of annoying. But waking up at 5 a.m. so I can go listen to this bullshit for some retards to talk about safety and crap. Nothing interesting has ever been said at any of those meetings. Ever. And this week, my last week, I woke up in time for me to drive in for our safety meeting at 6, right? So I wake up at 5 to get in a little after 6 for the meeting. And I made the conscious decision not to. So I just, I got up, I sat on my couch, I watched some YouTube, I was eating some yogurt. I got a message from my boss, "Are you close?" I was, in fact, not close to work that morning. I don't know, what was the point? I knew I was quitting, like I had known for weeks, because I already set everything up with the trade school that I'm going to. And so I'm like, all right, this is my last week. No, I don't need to hear your little crappy safety meeting thing. So I decided not to do that. I felt great about that. Monday was awesome, though. I had a breakdown, and I was stranded for over 6 hours. Yeah, about 6.5 hours. It was over 100 degrees. It was good. It was nice. It was pleasant. The rest of the week was just a shit show where there's a bunch of shit on my plate, but I did it all, and I felt slightly bad on my last day where my boss really wasn't expecting it, and I don't know. I've never really liked the guy. I thought he's kind of just goober. I'm your buddy, even though I don't really like you or anything. Oh, sorry. before that. But on that day when I was stranded and I finally got back to the hotel, okay, dinner, here we go. Gonna make some peanut butter sandwiches. I opened up my little cooler and I forgot the peanut butter. I just had bread and a knife. So I had some nice raw bread sandwiches.
Oh, poor you!
Sure, it was over 100 degrees that day, and I was tired and hungry and hot, but yes, oh, poor me, poor Whitepill, poor sad Whitepill. I just said, hey, this is my last week, here's all my shit for work, do you need anything else? And I got a little choked up, so I felt somewhat bad, but also, what did you honestly expect? I didn't get a fucking raise. Yeah, I've been looking for other work. I've kind of checked out of this job for a while where I would just sort of sleep in or not really give a shit. We are salaried, right? So like technically I do have a check-in time, but as long as everything would get done during the day, right, then you're good to go. And so I would kind of push the boundaries with that and sleep in later and later. But I always got everything done. No one ever had to do my work for me. But I don't know. It was just not like a great place to be anymore. I kind of, just didn't really want to be there. I was still like the most productive guy, but I just kind of checked out. But he was like, a little choked up and it was awkward. But I just left. I didn't give notice except for right then and there. Like, I finished my week out, but there was just a little worry in the back of my head where if I gave notice, then I would be fired, and I kind of need the 2 weeks pay. So I decided, fuck them. They have the right to fire me whenever they want. I have the right to quit whenever I want. So I'm not a bad guy for doing this. So that's it with them. There's really nothing else going on. I kind of had a cultural drive-by on the horizon with Alex Astor for Light Lark, and I have listened to 2 of these books. They are legitimately just awful. Not even like funny bad, but just bad, just kind of terrible, just extremely unpleasant. I'm waiting on the 3rd book to come from the library app so I can listen to that. So I'm waiting on that. I'll probably have a video where I discuss all these books on Ireland that I've been reading recently. So that'll probably be before the next Not Trough video. And then I'll have a Not Trough video. What I have lined up so far for the Not Trough is Tales of the Unreal 7, The Prince of Sidon. I think this is Matthew Pegasus' Black Album. I think there's supposed to be like some more, maybe Fed book, maybe something else. I don't really know. Dave Martell has a book. I think it's the Grimmirth. It's a full novel on the Lucius Lex character, I believe. So I believe that will be on the horizon as well. And that will be like kind of after the Irish stuff. It's probably going to be, I'll try to make these Not Trough videos every month or so. And they'll cover about 5 titles or, 4 or something. So they'll just be more manageable. I can get them out faster. I think that'll be best. So probably not a video until like a month later, unless there'll be some like short media movie, TV show review that I could put out there. We'll see. Oh, yes, King Cringe, his Hate Spree 2 book is out. It's physical. It's available on Amazon. I have a link down below. I also have a link to King Cringe's Substack where you can read these books for free. Hate Spree 1, Hate Spree 2. I've reviewed them in the past. I will say I found them to be funny. They're also extremely edgy and depraved and perverted. Frankly, if you just take a look at the cover for Hate Spree 2, you will know immediately if this is something that you would read or not. They're kind of written in a more screenplay format. That's a reasonable way to describe it in terms of the dialogue and just how it looks on the page. But check it out. I mean, they're free. You know, you could just check it out and then, oh, this isn't something I would enjoy. You don't have to, you know, you didn't spend any money. You can just walk away. Or if you do enjoy it, then you could show some support and then purchase a physical copy of Hate Spree 2. So that's all I really had. You know, the Last Guy demo, that's good. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to what the Cult Game guys come out with. They had their video game showcase. That looks great. A lot of good upcoming projects coming out. So yeah, a lot to look forward to. I think yeah, we'll see how everything goes. Well, that's going to be it for me. Thank you for listening. Check out these books. We had an interesting variety. This not a trough. But thank you for listening. Whitepill Media out.
Anyway, $4 a pound.